Good evening, hello, and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. My name is Adam Savage, and I am delighted to be your host at the course of this 3-day event we have here, where $2 million is being donated to charity, courtesy of the best Fortnite players in the EU, Middle East, and North Africa as well. We had day one yesterday, which was simply incredible, but day two is here, right now. I'm delighted to be joined as well by Jorosaur and Mitchman. Let's have a look at some of the charities that our players are giving their money to. Direct Relief, Garvey, King Salman, International Medical Corps, UNICEF, ITU, NRC. The charities that the players are playing for are those ones there, and they will donate on whoever they see fit their winning money at the end of today. A top prize of $150,000 to our top duo today. Gentlemen, it was an amazing day yesterday. It is great to have you back here. Mitch, what a great day we had yesterday, and today looks to be even better.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got duos warmed up, lots of mind games starting to play, I'm sure, as you will have gotten a sense of where everybody's dropping. We'll see teams adjust their drop zones. We had Irish players in the top 5. I mean, it was really exciting yesterday. The biggest surprise, honestly, to me, was how predictable I suppose those first 2 games were, with Thomas taking the win twice in a row. You see him here just fragging out. They were diving into boxes, taking the fights, and honestly, it looked like they were set for first place from the beginning.
He's a machine. The guy was a machine. But then we had, obviously, Letwick came through and just absolutely dominated the lobby. John, what were you surprised to see the turning of the tide?
Well, we were talking about how at the end of Game 3 yesterday, it really was a turning point for Kiriachi and Letwick. They had a disappointing first couple of games. Could they keep the momentum going after a high-place finish? And it was really good to see that they did that and change. I mean, what an incredible second half of the day. We predicted it, sure, but the way in which they did it was even more spectacular than I think we thought it would be.
I know, some real players jumped out at us. I mean, you can see Toharsh here on the screen right now, who had a great game. I think he won game number 3 here. Some players really stood out for us yesterday, but there were also players as well who we expected big things from, who simply didn't deliver.
Yeah, that was a real surprise, right? And I know exactly who you're talking about immediately. Nyrox and Nexi in number 45. Now, you know, Nyrox hasn't quite been on form that he was at the World Cup ever since. He's been trying to get back up there, but that is a hell of a low finish. I mean, within the bottom, almost the bottom 5. And then you look at another team, Mitro and CRR. They didn't even make it into the top half of this group, again, finishing in 37th. What in the world was that? Especially because they were winning Shark every single game.
Madness. They just couldn't seal the deal. They couldn't finish the job. They couldn't finish their dinner. It was just ridiculous. John, as well, I mean, we looked at the kind of the point structure as well. We're going to talk about the points a bit later on as well, but the point structure, obviously, elims became a real big part of this as well. Obviously, 65 points you get for a victory royale, but eliminations 5 per kill. That really made the difference. I think at the end there, places 1 and 2 yesterday, first and second place, 13 points are all that separated them.
It certainly made a big difference, and that first place was so crucial as well. I mean, think about the first 2 games where Kiriachi and Letwick just didn't get on the board much at all. Doesn't matter, because they came back with a 22 elimination game, and that basically, I mean, that more than doubled the number of points they were going to get for finishing first, right? Absolutely insane.
It was the games that we can see on the screen right here, right now, the overall ranking from yesterday. You can see 3, 4, 9, 3, 7. It was 12 points difference between Tripper and Thomas, Kiriachi and Letwick there. But, you know, some big points scored. We can see the elimination points there really played a key factor here. Placements aside, other big, I mean, Martin and Captain Win had a phenomenal day, I think, as well. You know, they were always up there or thereabouts with everybody else. But we can see 11th place here. Mitch, Aqua, Mongrel, fan favourites.
Yeah, Aqua and Mongrel not even making top 10 was a real surprise. I mean, you look back at Twitch chat yesterday, all that it was, is Mongrel alive? Show Mongrel, where is he? And unfortunately, a lot of the time, he wasn't there. He was gone already. I mean, making it into very few of the final circles. One thing that's really impressive to me, if you just look at those top 20, is that you saw almost every team having more placement points than elimination, except for Letwick and Kiriachi. And again, it speaks to what we said yesterday. They just get in your box. They come for you. As soon as they smell blood, they're on your tail and picking up the majority of their points because of the kills on the back of it.
Indeed. I mean, you had a chance to catch up with Letwick yesterday after his win as well. They're winning $150,000. Here's what happened when you guys chatted last night.
Hey everybody, I'm Mitch, and I'm sitting down with Letwick, who's just won the first day of the Fortnite Elite Tournament. I want to have a word with you, Letwick. First of all, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Hey. Well, so you've won day one of the International Fortnite Elite Tournament. How does it feel to be a part of the fight against COVID-19?
Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm very proud that you have invited me to play. I'm very proud that we reached that amount for this event.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, man. You're doing some great work, and I know the charities are going to be very happy with what you've been able to do here today. We'll get to the charity in a second, but first I just want to ask you, is there anything you'd like to say to the Fortnite community for coming together in this fight against COVID-19?
Yeah, I'd like to say that, guys, stay home. It is very important for you and for your family and friends. I think that it is the main things which you can do.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's the main thing they can do. But you, sir, have won $150,000, which is going to be donated to a charity. Can you tell us a little bit about who you're going to be donating that to and why you chose that charity?
I will donate to International Medical Corps. I choose it because my mom and my brother advised it to me, and honestly speaking, it doesn't really matter which organization to donate, as they all help people.
Wow, okay, absolutely. You heard it here first. They're all helping people. That's the name of the game here. We've been helping people with a lot of money on the board today, but tomorrow and the next day, it's going to be the exact same thing. So, Letwick, I wish you the best of luck in your future games. I'm sure I'll see you on the server tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
I'm not even joking. I think I could really. I couldn't even read a bus timetable at 15. This guy's kicking butt in Fortnite this day. I mean, it was incredible. What a fantastic day for these guys yesterday. Are we expecting the same play style today as well?
I think you can probably expect a lot of these players to go in for the same. Certainly that we're towards the top 20. You're not going to change a winning formula, right? But when you look towards the ones that weren't performing as much, that were being contested heavily by some of the bigger players, I would expect some difference. I saw even some meta players start to target Zozo and attack, and that could be where they start to shift over and think, maybe we need to be less predictable.
Well, today you can see the charity prize pool right here, guys. I mean, 41 to 50th place, $1,000, still nothing to be sniffed at. I mean, that's $1,000 going to a charity of our player's choice here. All the way up to, you get to that 7th to 10th place, $10,000, and then the top 6 places where the money really starts to ramp up. $15,000 for 6th, 5th place, $20,000, $25,000 for 4th, $50,000 for 3rd, $100,000 for 2nd place, and 1st place, as Letwick did yesterday with Kiriachi, $150,000 going to their charity of choice, of the ones we mentioned earlier on. Insane amounts of money, and so good as we fight the battle against coronavirus. We can see here as well, we have our points distribution. Obviously, this is what happens at the course of the game in terms of points for eliminations as well as placings. Fall outside of the top 25 teams, you won't score any points for placing. However, when you get to 25th place onwards, you can see 2 points goes all the way up to 65 points for a victory royale. You've also got 5 points per elimination as well. I mean, this is an extraordinary amount of money. I mean, for every charity around the world, but particularly the ones that we're kind of focusing on here today and across these 3 days. The players are obviously going to want to win this money for that chosen charity as well.
You've got some charities there that are really close to particular players' hearts. All of the causes we're supporting, of course, are fantastic, but it's great to see a lot of these players in Mitch's interview, for example, and I'm sure elsewhere as well, players expressing a deep desire, maybe a personal connection to some of these charities that are helping people all around the world during COVID. So it's great to see the community band together for such a cause. It's fantastic.
Well, it's all about staying safe, self-isolating, but as well celebrating game, which is really, really important too. Right, we're now going to take a look at, I think, our teams, the players attending. Now, guys, I'm just going to riff off here and just name some of these guys. I can see straight away, stick out to me, the likes of ASMR, Spy and Toby. Who sticks out for you guys?
Well, I got to look at Caxi and Kaiser. They weren't here yesterday, and with Kaiser joining, he's one of the players that has been consistently hitting FNCS finals, confirmed his spot last week. I would be very scared now. That's a big contender joining the battle bus.
I know, we got Aqua and Mongrel on the screen right now, and CRR and Metro. I mean, John, what happens? And I hope they can redeem themselves today.
I think that's certainly a redemption arc there. Mitro and CRR basically uncontested throughout the day yesterday, but just not able to get to the latter circles, unfortunately, and they really let themselves down in terms of where they're used to finishing. They still had a good performance. It's just not up to the standard that we would normally expect from them. So they're one of the teams here that I think we should be focusing on, and hopefully we'll see some better stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we've had other things like Tus and Dementos. Mitch, anyone on the screen right now pop out for you?
And we're swapping over, and you see Nyrox and Mexi again, a team that underperformed. That is an understatement. 45th out of these 50 teams. I mean, they need to step it up when they come into this today because they have got something to prove, especially with Nyrox wanting to show that he's still on that World Cup form.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw the Nom lads as well yesterday who did fantastically. We saw a lot of griefing yesterday as well. I'm wondering if the play style is going to change at all because people were kind of starting to change their battle strats towards the end of the day. We had the second half, it was less about points for eliminations. It was more about placing. But I wonder if things are going to change now. And we could see Martin and Captain win there as well, John, who had really consistent yesterday.
I think consistency is the name of the game there. I mean, if you're talking about consistent and getting those points home, you can't really look past Tripper and Thomas, who did such a phenomenal job. But you're right, Martin, Captain Win, Tus and Dementos, we touched on earlier as well, were always there or thereabouts and racking up a decent number of points each game. We were talking about them less as the day wore on, but then when we took a look at the final standings, it was, whoa, these guys have raised a lot of money for charity. They have just solidly, consistently placed, and they're the teams that I expect to basically stay at the same level as stepping up today.
Yeah, I am really genuinely fascinated to see whether, Letwick and Kiriachi can come back and dominate today as well. I want to see how they kind of wake up on day 2 and see how they attack this thing. Let's have a look at the schedule as well. Obviously, we've got 7:10 as our first game, kicking off any second now, followed by 7:50, 8:30. There's a change then as well. Gaskian and Jump will be doing those 3 games for us this evening, 9:20 p.m., 10 p.m. and 10:40 p.m. as well. So we have got an incredible day 2 full of Fortnite action. We are graced with some of the biggest players out there, the triple continental threat, as I like to refer to it as. But guys, I guess you're very excited for this. Any predictions today? Who do you think is going to go all the way?
I think one thing we have to look at immediately is Nyrox and Mexi. They were messing around with their drop zones a lot. They were actually Martin and Captain Wind, who did so well. They were a large reason that Nyrox and Mexi didn't. Contesting Dirty Docks, finding it against that duo, caused them to swap to Retail Row, where they found a little bit more success. I think it was Farron's and Illusion there, who they were winning a lot of the fights against when Mexi didn't jump off the map. But you do have to expect more from them. I think towards the top of the scoreboard today, we're expecting to see yet again Kiriachi and Letwick. I wouldn't be surprised if Kaxi and Kaiser can do some damage. And outside of that, I think it's anyone's game. Honestly, I'd like to see Mongrel and Aqua in the top 10 and Mitro make it out of Shark alive into the second circle.
Absolutely. Guys, I think we're about ready for our first game of the day. Let's jump straight into this. We'll talk all about it right after this. But first things first, we just see the action unfold before our eyes. Don't forget as well, you can check out gamerswithoutborders.com, all about the charity as well, folks. Do that. You can learn how to donate yourselves as well. Game 1, here we go, fellas. Take it away.
All aboard the Bottle Bus for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. 6 more games today, $150,000 for charity in first place. We're going to be moving from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock, so nice evenly split. A lot of players will be basically moving to their primary drop locations. It's well worth noting already, Mitch, that I think we might be seeing more than one duo contest Shark here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I'm presuming that's going to be Spy and Toby that are joining the consistent Shark winners of Mitro and CRR. Outside of that, you've got a couple squads camping around the edges looking to catch the Shark players as they exit. You'll expect them to move down towards Pleasant Park or Sweaty Sands or somewhere right in the middle. They like to head around that central part of the map afterwards, which is where we've seen CRR and Mitro be consistently taken down. They had very bad zones yesterday though, John. I mean, a lot of them were down by Lazy Lake. We saw them end at the Grotto. It's just constant long rotations for that Shark duo on a pretty consistent basis.
And when we talk about these kind of long rotations as well, Mitch, that ended up playing a little bit of a part yesterday as well, where players have been using all of their mats and all of their mobility, getting into positions that, to be honest, look like they were doing really well, maybe even like 5th or 6th kind of circle. And then more than once, we had a player in great positions run out of mats and die in the storm.
I haven't seen one shot here at the rig. I know his teammates in position. Hawkers just got dropped off screen, which is a little bit of an unfortunate quick demise as Thomas took him down. You see that there, that's the fight down towards the grotto where Biceps ain't going to be surviving all too long. He's being surrounded in the bottom right as Caxi looks for a bit of a skirmish. He's already picked himself up a green AR and Kaiser right next to him. These guys will be good to fight. I didn't see a massive issue for them down here. Early on in the previous games, it looked like Rig could definitely face more contention, but that's exclusively because of Kiriachi and Letwick being over towards the Slurpy Swamps. You don't want to be messing with them later on.
And Thomas and Tripper, I think they just went down very early on. They did indeed. Oh my, well that is the team that finished second yesterday already out of the game here in game one. So mixing things up basically as soon as we start the game.
Not just that, but you saw Mitro fall, and that is a huge kill for Toby to have. If they can manage to take CRR down, they've won Shark, and that'll be one of the first times this happened. Kaiser, though, on your screens has been isolated by Clipper and taken down. Caxi can't do a thing about it. Look at his health. He's got 50 effective, and one shot's on his way over. That's Kaiser and Caxi gone. So many of the big name duos already being deleted from our screens, and a big pickup for Clipper as he already gets himself a rocket launcher. Cully and Mower, they don't want to contest Rig anymore. They're heading out to take these barrels early, grab themselves a little bit of extra shields. They've got a couple bots to deal with over here. You have to be a little bit careful, but once they clean those up without being spotted by Clipper or one shot, they should have an easy enough time.
So similar to the start of game number one yesterday, a number of big names already going down very early on. And this is only the first game out of 6. There will be opportunity, of course, for these games to come back. There's plenty of chance for that. But you can't really do that 2 or 3 times in a row and get away with it unless your name is Kiriachi, in which case, feel free. That was a ridiculous performance. And that's the kind of thing we have to see for some of these teams later on to see if they can make it back into the top placements.
I'm curious, I didn't spot whether CRR's been taken down or not, but Toby and Spy off to a great start already, deleting Mitro. They finished him off just a couple of seconds ago. And with that, Shark is theirs to play with. I mean, I doubt CRR is going to stick around all too long. You're seeing Blast and Alpha, who actually did quite a lot in the previous game. I mean, these guys, again, they've been performing. Alpha specifically in FNCS. In the solos, he has thrived. And it's more a question of, can you make the duos work as well? And although they didn't have the best of starts in those first couple of games, they're managing it now. Safiachi has already taken Spy as well. So Toby and Spy, they managed to take down one of the bigger duos, or at least one of the players from it, but now they're being contested over towards Shark as well. There's a lot of scrappy fights early on, and it looks like people are trying to figure out how to maximize their efficiency from yesterday, and that's resulting in what was previously a couple of comfortable loot spots for some of these bigger teams now being heavily contested. As Toby falls, that's 2 of the Shark squads gone. The 2 that played the exclusive roles over there yesterday. There's new guns in town.
So many different things happening at the start here in day one. This is arguably day 2, sorry, game 1. This is arguably what we were talking about yesterday, though, about how teams would be willing to stick it out with what they've got. Good shot there from Rotary, just beaming up. But we were waiting until the start of day 2 for teams to mix it up and decide maybe we should try a different drop location. Maybe we should try different rotates in. And I guess that's the consequence of what we're seeing now, because several of these teams are getting caught off guard or are having to take fights they wouldn't normally have to take. And they're just going to have to adjust to this style of play today. Because if day 1 was anything to go by even, these teams will be continuously contesting for the next few games. And no one's going to be mixing it up quite as much as here in game number 1.
I think we've just spotted Dav up around Frenzy, just outside of it, which is an interesting swap up, because earlier on yesterday, in fact, they were in Grotto, but I guess now that they've seen Tripper and Thomas start to swap towards Grotto, they've decided that's just not a fight that they want to be taking early on. And M7 and Alan are hungry for blood. Alpha, trying to run away as Blaster was already dropped, but it looks like they've just got him caught from multiple angles, and he is not surviving inside that box fight. Frenzy Farm is not theirs just yet, though. A duo across the way raining down Hellfire. They've got fantastic loot, though. I mean, look at what they're working with.
We now move on board with Letwick and Kiriachi. No surprise, pincering and grabbing someone at the top of that build there. So that is, rocket launcher coming in, but won't do any damage to them. So they are going to be fine for now. This was the team that was previously in frenzy themselves and moved away, Rotary. But they are now taking shots back, looking perhaps for an easy kill as the teams rotate out. Not going to get anything just yet, but they've got good oversight on the roof of that house. And, Zip. I mean, we could talk about Zip all day long about those great plays that he was making yesterday, Mitch, really giving us a couple of eye-openers, I think, and the audience something to watch.
Yeah, he was definitely making some plays earlier on. We saw him in, what was it, the second game, trying to get up behind Thomas and Tripper, make a big flank in the zone, steal the height, but wasn't sneaky enough, unfortunately. And we saw Kiriachi and Letwick, they're up to their old tricks. They're one of the only teams that hasn't even thought about rerouting. They're going Slurpy Swamp, they're taking the loot there, any early fights they get, and catching the rig teams leaving. It's worked for them, so why the hell would you change it?
I mean, you said it yourself yesterday. Their play style is if we drop somewhere, that's because we're confident we're going to win the fight. So if someone else wants to come along, sure, but bring it because we are going to bring the fight right back to you.
Exactly. The more duos that are there, all they see is plus 10 every time they see another team. It's like, oh, yeah, easy points. You're getting a little bit of a fight towards agency. We didn't see too much agency fights earlier or yesterday in the first 3 games anyways, but Dementos and Tus were the ones consistently walking out on top. We'd see them on the rotates a little bit later on, too. Look at the damage the bots are doing to him. It's never nice. As soon as they get a lock-on on you, you're losing so much health. Now, I presume at this stage, all the barrels are taken. You can already see massive builds around the vault. You'd be pretty confident in that. And he's going to be grabbing himself the... See, he has to burn up so many heals. He had minis, he had a big pot, and now that's all gone just to get him back up. And if another bot sees him, well, he's going to be in trouble again.
Need to be able to move around slowly and just be a little careful so that you don't unnecessarily lose any of those hit points and shield that you're likely to need in a later fight, Mitch. But he's got the weapons. We just need some time to consolidate and hopefully get some of that utility as well. Big fight going on though right now. And a huge rocket coming in from Smeef onto Lowlight. All of the shields, they're going down. And his teammate is going to be able to pick that up. That was very clean, but there's still another team inside this build somewhere. There we go. That's Cuvado and Rotary.
Yeah, Smeef and Heretic on their way up to deal with them. They've already lit up Cuvado, now dealing lots of damage to Rotary. That must be a purple shotgun, as he took so much damage even from that range. You see 2 teams down towards the rig still. I think you got to be a little bit scared whenever you're down there. The Kiriachi, you know, is lurking around somewhere. Are they allowing the heal to come through? The res on Rotary, it looks like they might have lost maybe where he was. They're looking for him in boxes, and in the meantime, the heals are going to come through. He's rezzed up. Oh, that's a big miss by Smeef and Heretic.
I guess when you're so used to sort of hearing those audio cues and really quickly fighting and moving to where your opponent is, suddenly everything stops and you have to go, well, hang on a second. And quite often, the last known position is where you will find them inside a box for the easy pickings. But in this particular case, they must have just lost the concentration just for a second, and that gave them enough time to get that res off.
I'm guessing what happened was Unbreakable was down below making noise, and they thought that was going to be the second player and just missed the sound cue of the res. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Oh, great edit by Snazy. He gets right in the box, and Dan is gone. That's a beautiful little upgrade to a legendary pump. He's going to be happy with that one.
I think, was Dan playing as a solo at that point? Because they managed to get there and isolate him very quickly indeed. Oh, and hang on a second. Smeefu is going to struggle at the moment because I think he's the only one with any shields at the moment. Yes, he is. So there could be a pincer movement here. And he could find himself playing as a solo in just a few seconds. That's exactly what's about to happen.
Yeah, Heretic getting dropped, and again, that could have been avoided. You know, with those earlier fights that they managed to eliminate the duo earlier on, Rotary and Unbreakable wouldn't have the time to get in on time. Now they're third-partying this fight and leading into a pretty nice spot, or Rotary and Cuvado, excuse me. Because Unbreakable was earlier on, causing the distraction. I always feel so scared when I go for those drops in the little thin parts of the lake. The amount of times I've hit the side. There's Soaj and Nade Chris. They were doing quite a lot of damage earlier on. Lechy and Harmy on the rotate as well, right up behind them. It's the team in front that's got them preoccupied.
Be watching out for possibly a lot of stuff coming out from Tohaj today. Like, Tohaj did take Obviously, a victory royale yesterday, but at the same time, not necessarily a position in the table that they would have wanted to be in. They didn't really keep the consistency there, but from the win, we could see that this team is capable of great things. So I'm really, really hoping for a bit of a repeat there, and we get to see some fantastic stuff come out of them in one of these early games today.
Yeah, Toaj did it in style as well. That was a grappler into a shotgun when he won the game in the 1v1. It was fantastic. You want to see a little bit more of that finesse.
Yeah, I don't want Dan and Jump to get it all.
I
want some of it myself, right? Yeah.
They're the ones that are looking for the finesse right now. They see two teams fighting down below in a box, and they're like, all right, we're just going to pop up here on height and sit down. Comfortable little metal box built for them right in the zone. And if the others want to push them up, they'll be happy to take that fight. Look for some tags from afar as well. Kiriachi's been down. Look at that in the bottom right. Letwick getting into the box to go for the heal. Matzo, what does he want to do? Amplify his healing in the back. He can't really afford to push at the moment. Not against Letwick. You don't want to take a close range fight versus that shotgun, but he does anyways. He's testing the beast, stopping the res for just a little bit, allowing Amplify to pop the medkit. Now they're both in and on their way. Letwick's got a 1v2 that fight, and it ain't looking all too good for him. He's just fading, allowed them to finish off Kirachi. He breaks a hole in the ceiling, but I think he's going to have to try and disengage. He's been shot, tagged up heavy, and Amplify finishes him off. Great work done. Down in your bottom right, you see Matzo and Amplify with the biggest elimination of the game so far.
And that was a big tag onto Letwick halfway through there as well, just as Letwick was thinking about getting the res off. So that was crucial in timing, forcing Letwick to disengage, and that gave them enough time to get their shields back up themselves and go in for the 2v1. So that single shot changed the course of that fight there, and we all know how good Letwick can be in a 1v2, so they had to be really careful with that, but that was executed brilliantly.
Yeah, hot tip with Letwick and Lecce being the two players we saw 1v2ing towards the last couple circles in the first three games yesterday. If you want to be powerful in duos when your partner's dead, probably change your name to something that starts with an L and an E. It's a proven, tested strategy. The hot tip.
The plays that they had were fantastic, and hopefully we'll see a couple more people do something similar today. But a 1v2, it's always such a difficult position to be in. Knowing when to engage and when to disengage while dealing with multiple audio cues as well is something that those guys just excel at, and it's so great to watch when it happens as well. And we now have quite a bunch up here just outside the next circle. No fewer than 5 duos potentially contesting here, and Tilton and Razmunzi, really trying to move forward, but they are being very, very quickly caught up there by Dav and Chachnik.
Dav and Chachnik, they just want to get right in on you. They're seeing those players on the rotate, but the tags that they've managed to find do push them back for a moment so they can pop up their own heals. Whereas Muncie, though, sadly doesn't have any of his own. I'm presuming Chachnik does this early in the game. I didn't see them take too many other fights. Should be popping them up around. There you go. Okay, starting to heal. We saw Zozo in attack, already making it into zone up ahead. I was quite surprised they're still around. They were left in Craggy Cliffs uncontested, which coming towards the end of yesterday, that was when teams started to even target them. We saw Ripper and Yeater, game 5, change their drop zone to Craggy Cliffs because they wanted to fight Zozo in attack, and they isolated them and deleted them pretty quickly.
Razmusny now in zone, we can see SPK and Maxa getting in on top. And there are going to be no fewer than, I think, 4 duos. There was another one just off to the left of our screens there that are likely to get in on the action before this zone now closes. And everyone's just trying to be quiet. Look at Tilton on the bottom, not wanting anyone to know where they are, just listening to all of those audio. He's trying to work out how many different teams they have to contend with and what their possible paths are. This is big brain thinking time in terms of your next rotation.
You really got to see where that next circle goes as Kivado and Rotary join in on this mess. The players are just looking for angles to get off tags at this point. You know that Storm Surge isn't going to be a big deal for now. I mean, we've not seen it come into play effectively across any of the games so far. Just those elimination points are tempting players into a much more aggressive style than what we'd normally see in the likes of an FNCS or something like that. 5 per elims, always tempting.
And when that Storm Surge does actually come in, of course, you then have that very small period where players are now thinking about, they're planning where they're going to push in to get that damage done next, right, Mitch? How do I put it? The notification comes up, you know it's going to happen, and then you have a little bit of time to work out, well, what is my route in? Where can I get this damage done?
Well, I will say, Joro, You don't know what's going to happen in terms of Storm Surge, and I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the game. My feed has crashed. I don't know if you're still good.
It's looking pretty black to me, Mitch.
Oh,
But
damn
we'll be getting that sorted as quickly as possible. That's not an issue. Luckily, it wasn't like the very end of the game or something like that. There was a little bit of action towards that one corner we were focusing on, and a lot of big names already out of the game as well. So plenty to talk about for the first half of game one.
I was surprised to see that the rig suddenly became like a graveyard. There were so many people who descended on that thing right at the very beginning there, including the likes of Nitro. But I think we're back in game now, guys. Take it away. Keep going.
Well, we finally made it back. Not a whole lot's happened ever since we've been disappearing. I don't see Cuvado around anymore. They might have been a victim of this miniature city. The tax they paid for entering was unfortunately, possibly, their life. We'll see if they... Oh, no, they jumped down. They left it. They realized how many duos were around and went down to the low ground. It's going to take a little bit of catching up for us. They did take some tags on the way. You see Rotary is healing up at the moment, just tucked in the back box. Well, they've pushed Matzo and Umplify out. And remember, Matzo and Umplify, they're not ones to be trifled with. They've already taken down Kiriachi and Letwick.
Yeah.
And they'll look for a little bit more. There is a third party outside that are on their way in by the looks of things. Dexy could be stopping them from getting a clean rotate up that hill.
We're very shortly getting to that part of the game where, frankly, third parties aren't that interesting anymore because we'll end up with fourth, fifth, and sixth parties. The cities are going to start getting built. The teams are going to start getting clumped up. And this is a tinderbox waiting to explode here in game number one, but minus so many of the big names that have already been eliminated in this lobby. It's certainly all to play for today so far, and the story is anything but predictable if what we've seen so far in this game is to go by.
You see how important the placement points are? These teams like ran into each other, like Umplify, Matzo, and Shadow Dexy, and they just immediately went, no, let's just build backwards and create a little bit of a buffer. Don't want to get involved in the fight. But this time they've spotted another team that maybe they wanted to get froggy with. You know, the zone is going to be a pivotal factor, and just keeping those players, letting them know we're here, you stay the hell away from us. Captain Wind is being taken down and finished off by Piz. Martin finds himself by himself, and look how congested over towards that east side of the zone is. We're seeing all these teams clumped up on their way in, and that's what happens really when the zone is towards the edge of a map. Everybody's being dragged down here from afar. Meanwhile, the teams that have already gone into the next circle have got 2 drops available. Look at that city up above.
Little worried now for Cuvado and Rotary. They were sat up there. I don't know what they're doing in terms of mats, but sat up there with no shields and basically not wanting to get involved in any engagements right now. They're almost semi-reliant on some of the other teams trying to rotate. A big rocket coming in, looking to get some damage done onto Amplify, but that won't happen. And they need to either make an engagement happen and win it very quickly in the hopes that they can revive some of their shields, or they have to find a safe way to get out. But right now, they're at a disadvantage, it looks like.
Here's the heavy rotations through the sky. Get your controllers out, see what you can do. Nobody's being tagged up too heavily, though. They're safe to move. As the storm starts to play a factor, Rasmussen's found a community pad to bring his way through, but he's about to land. Oh, it looked like he might have landed on Lex Pro and Dexify, but instead goes a little bit deeper towards Lecce.
Oh, Tus and Dementos getting very low now. Tus having to box himself in to try and heal a little bit and get back into the fight. Dementos potentially with 2 people next to him, managing to take one of them out though, which is good. That buys him a little bit of time and room to hopefully get back to the teammate. More people now rotating in, and it has suddenly gotten a lot more busy down this part of the zone. Everyone is in one half of the zone as well. This is so ridiculously congested. 35 people still alive in this lobby.
Yeah, with it still shifting, those jump pads only go a certain range, and then it's not safe to rotate. Rocket right through by Lecce, and that's going to do some serious damage. He looks to follow through with a little bit of wall breaking, opening it up for Harmy to follow through. They know that Tus is low at this stage after getting the tag earlier on, and they want to get that rocket out. But the builds keep on coming, and eventually it's time to just disengage. We've seen Zozo and Attack fall. Players that are safe in the zone now can just look for any free opportunities to deal some damage, maybe pick up an elimination. It's going to be a long rotate, and Tus is the first one to make a move.
This will be really challenging on the mats for some of these teams, especially the ones that had to use quite a lot of them to build and buy themselves breathing space en route to where they are now. It'll be interesting to see which teams, if any, run out of those mats first. More pads being used now to rotate and try and get onto the safe side temporarily, I suppose, of the zone, but you're still going to have the mats to build up those walls around you and get safe before we actually move elsewhere. Look at this, more pads now. It's sort of about 50-50 people jumping over versus using the builds that are already in place.
It's so dangerous to go on a pad, though. You can get beamed out of that sky. Look at the likes of Ferens. He couldn't stand a chance with 120 effective HP. As they start to take some height, the fight seems to be going Toose's way. He's already right up there. Himself and Dementos leading the charge out, but they're trying to break them off of height. Toose staying here to repair for a little bit. Now the players are looking to just dive on over and take that fight. The grapple has already come onto them. Toose has heard it. Knows there's a player close. They're going to have to deal with him soon as he's just re-seized the height. This fight is one of the more contentious that we've seen. Seventor, I don't think he stands a chance. He has to keep editing in that roof. And with such low HP, he just doesn't have time to heal, being pushed out by the zone. Toose, though, tagged up quite heavily. Safiachi from earlier on is looking to deal a little bit more damage. We've seen Lazen fall to Dementos and Toose. But Toose dropped right after.
Owaka and Safiachi got good height at the moment, managing to get up above some of those builds early on in this fight, and that has allowed them to take a very limited amount of return damage, which is good. They can hopefully conserve some of those meds for later on. Scout goes down now, Zeston right behind him, but they have to keep moving. So many squads are moving in right behind him. His down as well. He was one of the highlight performances from yesterday, always there or thereabouts, reasonably consistent, but this could end up being their run in game one over. Safiachi still on top and taking less damage than most, but it is absolute carnage down below.
We've just seen Mitro go out of the game. He got deleted. Heatsy falls as well as the rotate sees a fairly clear path for most teams. Not too much congestion, but Lecce's towards the back of the pack, trying to drop some players. He's deleted a lot of their HP. Bad Sniper on his way down below to deal some serious damage. Toby and Spy both get deleted. And as Lemur, who somehow is still alive, just about outlives Paddy, dropped down below there. I don't know how Lecce's still alive. There's been so many players around him. We saw Harmy die earlier on. There's a gold rocket launcher picked up as well.
Now approaching the business end. 5 duos left alive, but some of them are solos. It's 7 people in total. Zesta with a big rocket from above, looking to get some damage done, and a lot of it does get done, actually. Farron's going down like an absolute rocket. There's Lecce out of the game as well. Safiachi no longer has the high ground, now underneath and really in trouble. They get out of the game as well. Zeston is doing work.
The rockets from above damage up Lemur, and he's taken down with the shots Hardfind connected after the mats were destroyed. But a 2 versus 1 in play. This is not a favorable fight for Zeston, and he gets deleted after conceding the height. He was shot down off it, so didn't really have a choice. And Astro gonna be the victor alongside Hardfind. They made it to a lot of late circles yesterday, and now making it all the way.
Very well played from them. So
Gentlemen, bros. I mean, when we lost the feed for a second there, thank goodness I wasn't shirtless, because that would have been terrible for everyone.
You put it back on now.
Thank goodness, I'm upset.
Close call. Fantastic. Astro and Halfine there. That was I mean, do you know what I love most about this first game? Is we were really starting to see a lot of momentum from teams we didn't really see much of yesterday. Like, I mean, one thing about Amplify and Matzo were doing great. Our 2 winners as well. Were you surprised by the way the game kind of unfolded, Mitch?
I think we've definitely seen a massive shift from yesterday. It caught me off guard a little bit with how fast those fights were going down. The likes of Mitro being contested in early game, being knocked by Spy and Toby, who then managed to continue to trade blows. I think they knocked Mitro twice, but didn't manage to finish him. And he got rezzed after by CRR, I presume. All in all, I think this was a fantastic display of some of the talent we haven't gotten to see so far. But I do want to see more I'm still waiting for Mitro and CRR to really shine through. They haven't had their game yet. Another zone that's on the other side of the universe.
I know. John, we saw, as Mitch was alluding to there, we saw a lot of map changes. We're going to break all this stuff down. We're going to talk all about this in game number 1 very shortly. But first and foremost, we need to take a break. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a few minutes here with plenty more coming your way.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Hello and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Game number one was, it was epic in every sense of the word, really, because so much was happening, so many teams to talk about. Let's talk about, though, John, Astro and Hardfind, our winners there. I mean, 2 versus 1 in any given situation at the end of a game versus Zeston there. Fantastic win, but Zeston as well, not too shabby.
Really, really good play from Zeston with the rockets from up above, but as soon as it became a 2v1, like you said, and sadly going back down more or less to the low ground as well, that then became a next to impossible fight to win. But I don't want to take anything away from Zeston. They're second place, but very, very stylish play at the end of that game.
We can see the map rankings on screen now as well. Another point, Mitch, I want to point out, another duo that stood out for me. Lima and Ferrins. Obviously, yesterday, Ferrins was an illusion. They came 7th yesterday. But Lima looks solid, dude.
Yeah, so they actually played a really slow early game, and then when it came into that last zone, he was running around, pushed forward by the zone into a couple duos in a 1v2, and managed to pick up 3 eliminations on the back of it. That's a pretty respectable position to play in, all things considered.
Absolutely. And we're looking at the kind of the 11th to 20th there as well. You know, players are getting elimination. We saw quite a spread, but yesterday it was kind of like, you know, the bottom half of the table wasn't necessarily getting any eliminations, but now it seems that everyone's picking up to, you know, the 32nd team here, picking up a few eliminations here and there, and just getting points on the board counts every single game, right?
Maybe someone to watch out for might be Safiachi, because they didn't finish in the top 2 or anything like that, but they had the high ground for so much of that first game, and they're only 2 points behind the leaders. So those eliminations clearly counted for them, and they really made their time at the top count.
Yeah, we thought about this yesterday. Obviously, we saw playing styles yesterday and how they might change today, and you can see whether it be, you know, where people are dropping, whether they're more aggressive, whether they're choosing to go for placement or for those eliminations. That first one was just everything was happening, Mitch. It was hard to kind of follow everything because there was so much going on.
Well, yeah, it was definitely a bit of a wild one. I mean, we saw 1 or 2 kills be picked up by a player, and immediately he's deleted. None of the top guys were here. We saw Mitro and Sierra fall. Mitro fell a lot, didn't make it into placement position either. Then you end up with Kaiser and Caxi. I mean, they were gone in the first couple seconds. One of the teams I hyped, you know, down towards the rig. They're going to be doing some damage. And I was really excited for that. And coming into the next game, I am, because I think Kaiser Caxi, they should win rig with the teams that are down there. And on the rotate out, that's where they might run into Letwick and Kiriachi. And things could get a little bit spicy from there, because those 2 teams butting heads is something I want to see.
Yeah, I was surprised to see as well Toby and Spy go down so quickly, and Shark, obviously, if Mitch and Ciara are dropping elsewhere, you think those guys would dominate and own the area, but they went out super early as well. Even Thomas, we lost him super early in the game.
It feels like a lot of the stories that we were talking about yesterday. Think about Tripper and Thomas doing so well at the beginning, Martin and Captain Win being so consistent, even Paddy going for it and finishing 3rd overall. A lot of those stories that we were expecting to continue this afternoon, we've kind of hit the pause button on them a little bit. That first game did not go anything like the games we saw in the first half of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch, let's elaborate on the map side of things as well, because we touched on it a little bit here, and you've noticed as well, but there's a lot of the drops in general where people are choosing to drop across the board here. I mean, you think like an exhibition, like, you know, a match or whatever, like, you know, for charity, people would tend to kind of, you know, play slightly differently and have more fun and be a bit looser. But people seem to be sticking to their guns a lot of the time. But have you noticed anything different with the way they're choosing to place themselves on the map at all?
Well, you could definitely see the lack of comfort, I guess, from the duo of Nyrox and Mexi. We saw them swap up drop zones a lot coming into it was yesterday, obviously. Around game 4, they changed away from Dirty Docks. I mean, they were liking that early on. They went to Retail Row, which was a much quieter one. In fact, the team we were talking about of Ferrins and Illusion yesterday were the only other team dropping Retail. So it was a bit of a gap in the market that they looked to exploit. They got down there, they were getting loot, making it towards that 2nd and 3rd zone, but never really past that. And that's a surprise to me, seeing a team with such big names having to come into this tournament with players that for the vast majority are below them in rankings, and say, oh, we need to mix it up, where should we go? And that's a team that we're looking at, that we know that they don't feel comfortable right now. They're looking for a solution, and so far they just haven't found it.
Yeah, indeed. I'll take a minute here, Mitch, as well, just to say, representing with the Hawaiian-styled shirt there, my friend. I'm appreciating this a lot. Even Joe, I mean, you're looking striking too in the stripes, my friend. This is even at home, we're still dressing up. We're looking dapper. I like this.
I think it's also it's the hottest day of the year today over here, isn't it? So, if anything, a couple of extra buttons undone. We've got the sleeves rolled up and everything. It's and still just ducking away to glasses of ice in between each game. It's really getting hot in here, and it's not just in game.
Dude, my mum's basement is crazy hot right now. Like, it's crazy. I'm just moving around my mum's house as time goes on. And you haven't rated my plant either, guys. We had Gaskin and everyone in chat as well watching now. This may seem like a real silly thing, but hey, plants are a big deal. I don't know if you know that. Plants are big right now, guys. Like, huge. Plants are coming. They are so in right now.
I mean, why do you think they're on my shirt? You know, I'm in it for the long run.
I know exactly what you're talking about, mate. But you know, you got to give this a rating out of 10 as well at some stage. You know, 7 from Gaskin yesterday, 10 from Jump. Gotta rate the plant. We're seeing some highlights now as well of this matchup. We mentioned, there's some players like Smeef and Heretic made it a lot further in the game today as well, I noticed, than yesterday. We're seeing, that's what I like the most, is that we're seeing a lot of players who we didn't necessarily touch on that much yesterday, who are now suddenly starting to come to the forefront of our conversation topics.
Well, Smeef and Heretic were risky reels yesterday. I didn't spot where they dropped today, but you see the fight they took down by the river. Not quite a favorable one, I guess, overall. What was surprising to me was this whole late zone. And we saw a lot of guys starting to step it up. Mats were aplenty. And I guess just because, although we saw things chip away at the start, go down to like 50 players coming into the third zone, not a lot happened afterwards. A couple scrappy fights, but for the most part, rotations were safe. Anybody on pads was pretty cool as well. They managed to get into zone. We didn't see a lot of people being beamed out of the sky. And that led to whenever they had to make the long shift. Oh, it was crazy. Just contention across the board. There were so many players packed into a small space. Height wasn't being fought for was being fought for more actively than what we saw in the first two games yesterday, where Thomas and Tripburn were sat there with a minigun winning it for days. But this time it was a much more balanced fight.
Well, let's find out and see if Game 2 is equally as balanced, or if the scales are going to be tipped in someone's favor. Let's find out. Guys, over to you.
5 o'clock to 12 o'clock on the battle bus for game number 2 of 6. You are watching game 2, day 2 here of Gamers Without Borders. All sorts of action in the previous game, and we will look once again to see how things are going to get mixed up as we pop by one more time. Still multiple teams at Shark. That's going to be a fun one to watch early on. Things look relatively calm elsewhere. I don't really see massive clusters of arrows on the screen vying for attention at the moment, so we'll see where they go. But otherwise, Mitch, this is looking relatively peaceful, I have to say, as a start to the game.
You've got a possible third team Shark this time. Last they pulled out, having seen the other two squads. I don't know if they're looking to commit again. Or commit this time instead, I should say. Over at Misty Meadows, this is where Tohaj has been landing the entire tournament long. One of the other duos that has not shifted strategy whatsoever. As we see immediate... Oh, we know who's joined over towards Shark. Mitro already taken down, as Putrik is the one delivering that blow. That's a huge frag early on to be finding.
Oh, I feel... You gotta really feel for Mitro at this point, Mitch, don't you? I mean, at the end of the day, you're busy contesting against the ASMR boys, and then finally, when you think you got the upper hand, someone else comes along and just ruins your day. They need to be able to catch a break here. Big push coming on in the meantime elsewhere. Fwex is getting really, really pressured early on and slowly running out of mats against Tohaj and Nate Guy Chris.
This time things are going better towards the rig as well. We just saw Caxi take down Clipper. That's going to open things up a little bit for that duo in a while. And the thing is, in Misty Meadows, you can have these teams fighting, or rather, looting it up. 3 teams Misty Meadows isn't terrible because they can just stay spaced out. Avoid those fights. Smeef, excuse me, alongside Heretic taking now. Thomas gets deleted by Hawkers. Those are huge kills as well. Caxi and Kaiser, like we said, owning the early fights, but Caxi's yet to find any extra shields. They know there's a player down below as Spy falls to side for Jake. That's another kill, presumably towards Shark. I'm guessing that's where Spy is dropped at the moment. But the rig fight is dangerous. With Caxi being low and still looking to pop out some shots, they need to be very, very cautious. Although, actually, Kaiser comes in from behind. Moore was completely distracted. Couple shots landed, taking his shields completely down. And with 25 HP, he's in the water. He's in the drink, but Kaiser's after him. And a 45, that's going to take him right out of the game.
Unfortunately, very visible as Murray jumped into the water there, and that is going to be that. Cully's still here, but on half shields and just over half HP. It's not going to be ideal for Cully to make it out here. I think they feel like they have to take this fight. They don't exactly have infinite mats either, and this is not the greatest weapon loadout you've ever seen. They need to get those kills, and they do. Kaiser down and out of the game as well, but that's only the first half of the job done. Where do we see Caxi? Both of them go down. Cully manages the 1v2. That is huge on the rig.
Getting that first kill, refreshing yourself up a little bit on shields, it allows that second to come through much easier than what you'll see if you're not playing in arena. For Zozo, we said about their contention towards Craggy Cliffs earlier on. They made it out with the win last time, and can they do it again? Oh, Meter, that's a big mistake. Looks like they've swapped over to try and grief them again, but this time it ain't working as Ripper is lit down in 3 shots. All it takes onto the feet underneath the beam. As I said earlier in Game 4 or Game 5, yesterday we saw that switch up coming through from Yeeter as they wanted to start contesting towards the craggy cliffs. But now, that contention is being noted and punished.
You know what this is, Mitch? I think this is, if you take the top 10 teams we would expect to do well on paper prior to game starting today, this is like an episode of Final Destination where we just watch them get taken out of the game one by one early on. This is absolutely brutal, but the plays we've been seeing that take them out of the game, they've been legit. They've been really high quality. So this is really action all over the place long before everybody gets bunched up.
The fight in Weeping Woods can't last too long. This is prime real estate for the rotate by Kiriachi and Letwick as Mansur's being knocked. Metab tries to make his way over to him, or being knocked down to very, very low HP. The shot's landing, and Metab just about to die. He does, as Mansour manages to pop up his medkit. But Scully, he's on full HP. He's on 200, and they haven't managed to finish off Tommy for that extra loot either, or the extra shields that go alongside it. Mansour is in trouble. This is not a fight that he looks good in. He's on the low ground, and he's got no shields. Scully with attack in play. That should be more than enough to take him down if he can close in the distance, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Getting right up in his face or right up above it. And he can actually just go back and revive Tommy as well if he wants to. Put the res up. And it looks like that's what he's going to go for. Mansour wants to get involved before that happens, and the fight would definitely be lost. He's seen the foot, but I don't think he's realized.
Big shot there to start things off, and that is Mansour down and out of the game. There was an opportunity there, mind you, not having shields, but still potentially having the first shot advantage if he reacted quick enough, but sadly, that was not to be, and they will be able to get the revive off now as we move further. Just rotating out of Shark here, and Mwaka, you can see on the low ground, mobile player who took out some big names yesterday and doesn't look like he's about to stop, is looking to grab his next scalp.
Yeah, big in FNCS, big here as well. I believe that's Putrik. The name changes are always a fun aspect of the game. But Mwaka just down in the water. On the ultimate low building, though, that's the problem, right? You got to still put floors down. He's got Safiachi behind him. And you can see how cautious these two players are being, pushing in. Cyber Jake and Putrik don't want to get up in their opponent's grill. Harmy's being deleted as well, actually. Full finished.
Big mistake there. Mobile player getting in and taking all of the shields off of, I believe that was Mwaka, and now they are seriously pushing and looking to try and make the most out of this engagement while their opponents are low on shields, potentially low on health as well. They'll know that mobile player is coming up from after them. No shields left, though. A nice shot in the middle of that engagement, and suddenly this is looking a lot more dynamic.
Definitely keeping them back a little bit. Mobile players having to pop up as minis as Big Pot as well. Mwaka can do the same. Now those players are in the zone though. And the others are ahead of them. That's a big problem.
Still a long way to go. And look at the map situation as well. I mean, they're going to want to pick some up en route or ideally take them from this one engagement, right, Mitch?
No, most definitely. You really want to be finding the kills in this position, especially having already tagged up mobile. They know that Putrik's low. And he did get his heals up, obviously, with the shields from earlier on. And look, you see, the fact that this flopper's in play just means Mwaka's more than happy to sit here, and he can heal himself up even if he gets in a fight, or as the storm starts to play more and more of an impact. Alongside the fact that they also have a jump pad, but they don't want to put that down because first of all, they would get beamed on their way out. There's no option to do that until they've at least found the kills. And secondly, they don't want their opponents to be able to use it. But eventually someone's got to make a move because although it's only one tick, it's going to start to really hurt your heals as time goes on and you're this far away from zone. I mean, even at Pleasant Park, they've got a ways to go. There we go.
M11 very close to Zozo and Biceps as the zone now catches them out. They are officially in the storm. M11 was heard earlier on. They are looking for this elimination, and it's a 2v1 as well. Instantly getting in with the dome there. Absolutely no question about that. And now AB and 7 Mood looking to get in on the action as well to see if any damage was actually done to them in the previous engagement. But next to none was done, which means it's more of an even fight than you necessarily think. 7 Mood looking for the flank on the outside, getting a little bit of purchase, but not much before the builds can come into play. And now it looks like the teams are reset with a box or two between them. Zozo being the one looking to get aggressive.
He's seen the player up above. He's making sure he's got a lot of escape routes to fall back if he needs to. But a jump pad sounds out in the distance, and they're just going to go over and use that as well. Trying to beam them first in the sky and get the damage done. And you can see over towards the Shark, one of those teams has survived. Didn't spot which one, but they've obviously jump padded away. They're trying to get into zone. A long ways to go. So I noticed then that Mitro and CRR weren't in that fight, right? And I didn't see them fall already. I think I saw Mitro fall, actually.
I think Mitro fell early on, unfortunately, again, because we had Putrick move in towards Shark, and I think Putrick took him out early, didn't he?
I think so. And on the back of that, that's not really where you want to be. I haven't seen CRR fall in either game, though. Maybe we're just having unfortunate timing and seeing the kill feed. Lax Pro landing a shot there. Letwick is already low, and Kiriachi down below can't afford to go and get that res. Letwick's too far out in the open. They've got to force the fight, and even as Kiriachi's trying to get his shields back up, he's just been hard griefed. Exafite in a little bit of danger, but that's a shotgun from afar, and it's just not going to do the needed damage. There goes Kiriachi in another game that doesn't quite go according to plan. We talked earlier on about how yesterday towards Slurpy Swamps, these guys were essentially uncontested, but Lax Pro and Dexafite really putting a fight up.
They certainly have, and Lax Pro in particular just using the high ground so well there, knowing when to peek, when to be able to peek in and do damage, and always being protected as well on the blind side from third party, just keeping the team alive and just being protected that little bit longer. So doing tremendously well there. There's still plenty of action to go, though, before they can get away with coming in the top positions in this game or similar, but if they keep playing like this, I do expect to see them there.
Captain Win down below looks like he's just about to be joined by Martin. There you go. His name was just off screen, just out of render range. And good natural height for Unbreakable and Low Light. We saw them again make it towards the end of the previous game. Been a bit of a factor in the late zones. There's a lot of players around here, but I don't expect a big fight. And they are center zone. The likes of Maxa, when you're coming up on 400 AR ammo, you can probably start to spam and just look for damage. The thing is, though, we're coming into third zone and 63 are alive, so again, you know that Storm Surge isn't an issue. It's not a position where you have to look for tags like that. You know, if we were talking about 75 or something like that, it definitely would be time to shoot a couple stray bullets at the rotators.
Sure.
But just no need. You even saw Martin, that was just across the hill from them, be able to run in the open. And the whole logic behind that, obviously, a lot of players will build along the way with silenced AR. Interesting, Paddy. A fellow Irishman with a strange tactic. Not a weapon that I like the feel of. I'd rather attack at long range than it almost feels more consistent.
I think you'd rather a rubber duck at long range from the descriptions we were hearing earlier on. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they rotate in. The guys from TU just sort of sneaking in there. NM7 could end up having something big to say about this potential engagement, although only on half shields at the moment. Leaves them with a little bit of a disadvantage. We'll see if Paddy can maybe get an early hit in, but actually taking some shield damage himself.
Yeah, he wanted to try to rotate without burning too many mats, but just not given that opportunity, unfortunately. The TU duo dealing quite a bit. He's out on the bridge, so he's got some natural cover at least to play around. Tio making a fall alongside Paddy. It's not Paddy, it's Paddy. That's the other guy. The tag's not landing there.
Got to get the pronunciation right. It's important for casting.
Of course. If Paddy's able to get close with that Scar, it's not going to matter too much about the balloon that comes alongside it. But he needs to get to the roof to help out Pink, who's being hard pushed.
Alan looking for a way into Pink now, who manages to drop a little bit, so they no longer have the height advantage, but Pink now very, very close to Paddy at least, so not being isolated anymore. Still, though, looking for an opportunity to come in, and they are just trying to get rid of the structure to make this more of an even playing field. Alan losing a lot of shields as they move down, and NM7 not looking particularly healthy either. Paddy and Pink now able to move, and NM7 very close to going down. He is the first to go down, and it's all on Alan. He can't get the job done, though. Paddy and Pink moving on.
Go on, Paddy.
Go on!
Eliminating them. Good old lad. No, I tell you, Paddy, he's a fierce opponent to play. And he's going through with a beautiful little double alongside his teammate. I like how they approach that, getting on opposite side of the boxes. We talked about it before. Stops you from really being able to do anything in controlling those walls, because you can't look two ways at once, unfortunately. At least I haven't found that bug yet. Now look at this. Scout and Zestin running out in the open. They haven't spotted Scully. There you go, though. They see his little head poke up. They were trying to be sneaky beaky-like, but they got spotted. And so no free shots for them. No free damage. Again, they won't be crying about it with no Storm Surge really in play. Oh, don't get aggro by the Gunzos.
A little bit of damage you really don't need to be taking while rotating in, for sure. These guys from Pseudo, though, they're pretty chill. They will have an easy rotate now that everyone else is moving out. Gout and Zeston, we were talking about Zeston a lot, but that excellent rocket play towards the end of the last game with the high ground. They're still alive and kicking, but in the meantime, Siberiak and Putrick now pushing quite hard against Rasmunsi even, as well as Tilton. Tilton going to be the first one to go, and that's a problem because his teammate behind has no shields left. Both of them get absolutely zapped to oblivion.
He's close to 1 HP. Look at that. That's the lowest you've ever seen, and I don't think they're going to allow him out. He's just spinning in circles trying to get the edits through. Please don't break my walls. But unfortunately, they're unrelenting. He's able to edit out of there. He owned a lot of those. Putrick got knocked, I think, by the second duo, and now Cyberjake's going to have to go for the res on him. That gives Rasmusny. I'm going to get it right.
It gets me every time.
Absolutely. But it gives him a little bit of time to get away, to create some distance. He's trying to break it down. He's got 1 HP and he's looking for the kill, but there's a good reason. He presumably knocked mobile player. Now, he wants to kill Putrick, or at least allow him to die so he gets that little bit of a refresh on health, but Scully's up behind him. Cyberjake's above. And if he makes any more noise here, he will be just hard griefed by these teams.
You know what? To be honest, Rasmus, the best thing you can hope for right now is those 5 points, I think, from Putrick. I'm not really sure what else you can do in this position. Getting a little bit of a heal off, which is good. Still a long way to go. I tell you what, if we see him at the end of this game still alive in the final 5 or 6 duos, I'm going to be so impressed with how he got out of this one.
Maybe if they leave the medkit, but it looks like they were going to be taking it. He's just sat there. He's letting them fight. Because those two squads don't know he's here. Not a clue. For all they know, that was a solo player. Now Scully goes down. Robabs has to build behind him because he's getting shot in the back. They're going to look to finish off Scully. They should get that successfully. But again, Rasmusny, he's just sat there like a ninja. No one spotted him. And he's just going to look for the placement points. He's in zone. As long as no one happens to break into him, he's good. He'll just wait, let these duos fight. Eventually, they'll rotate, be pushed out by zone, hopefully, and he can get in there and catch any loot that was left behind. A med kit, probably not the likes of a flopper at this point. And look, there they are on the left side. They're being pushed all the way over towards Captain Martin, or Martin and Captain Wind, excuse me. And with that, that means he can just wait for these players to rotate. Hopefully, they go early. He can break through the walls, and there's 2 players dead.
Really unfortunate for Rasmusny there. I could almost hear him hoping that the next circle would fall on their side, and unfortunately it's a hard rotate all the way around, so a lot of work to do for that solo player. We will see if they can actually make their way in, or if maybe they even get a couple more kills on the way. We'll have to wait and see. Paddy and Pink already up now and happy to move in. They've got Zozo and Biceps behind them, though, as they try and move in. It looks like they're going to attempt to take advantage. They had the high ground advantage. They're dropping down a little bit more to get closer, and they are about to get up close and personal with the duo we saw take out quite a few people earlier on.
Yeah, sat on top now. They've got their stairs on their floor, so realistically, there's nothing Pink and Paddy can do to push into them. They would just face being edited. They're trying to break them down by the looks of it, but I think they're connected to the same boxes. That won't really be possible. The shots there. Zozo just trying to get the tags from afar. As Chinik falls to Tripburn and is finished off. A little bit of extra help. They're going to finish off Kiro Kitu. He gets it. A little refresh for him. I'm just really curious about what Rasmusny's got going on. Because those players are going to start to rotate now, and that's his chance to get in there and find some help. I haven't seen him fall just yet. I think I see him on the radar as well, and the mini-map's still alive.
I feel like the most realistic opportunity is wait for everyone else to rotate in and then just follow them and hope that they clear the path for you. But this now starting to get to the business end. Oh no, that's Rasmusny gone. And well, to be fair, Toaj getting the elimination there. Someone we were speaking about doing better coming into today after getting one of those wins yesterday. So maybe this is the launch pad for Toaj, pardon the pun, to do some big things here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think Toaj probably just had an angle from up on top, was waiting for players to rotate from that superstructure and saw him come out the back. And as he was already low, that's easy pickings really, isn't it? You see a couple of heavy snipers there shooting through. They've been dealing some damage. I think SPK fell. Thomas and Tripburn joining in the fight as they get over. Dabs avoided their sights just for now. You already saw, obviously, Chajnik die, so Dab is alone. Doesn't really want to get too involved. He'll hope to just safely rotate through, again, play for placements and any free kills that he gets. But there are 2 solos just to his right, our lower left screen. 731, one of the solos making the most noise, really. He's been editing this whole time. Dav definitely knows he's there. I'd say at this point, Thomas and Trippern will have heard him as well.
Do you think that's a thing, Mitch? If you're editing the entire time as a solo, is there any opportunity perhaps to get other teams to think that you're a duo and to hopefully leave you alone? I wonder if he knows that Dav is a solo and he's trying to ward him off by making a lot of noise, perhaps?
Oh, Dementos! He's being just hard pushed down by Hardfind and Astro. They're looking good to pick up some points, getting right into the box and taking Dementos down. Martine being knocked. It's going to be a bit of pressure on Captain Wind. We saw they were already in zone, so someone must have gotten right up in their box as well. Captain Wind, oh, it was obviously Zozo and attacked Biceps, but as Biceps gets knocked, Zozo can't really do a lot about getting him back up. He's being heavy rocketed, but as Captain Wind looks to do a little more, Farron shoots him from the side and then lays in from behind. He had 3 squads looking at him, and that's the real danger in a situation like this. When you're being loud, you're firing rockets, you're trying to take kills, well, you're just drawing attention to yourself. And with so many players around, someone's going to get a shot.
And you saw Farron's there after getting that elimination, instant harpoon, grabbing the loot and getting ready for the next engagement as well. So that was very, very quickly done there. But importantly, snagging those 5 points for the elimination, oh so crucial, as we saw all day yesterday. So that story continuing into today, where these players want to make sure they're able to finish their knocks nice and cleanly to get those points home.
Oh, Pink's in big trouble. He's just been rocketed out, and I think they might have heavy sniped it or at least broken the wall first somehow, because he took a lot of damage, almost went down from full health and shields, and Paddy's looking to protect him, but Adapter Kakarot right up on them. XX731 doing some damage, but getting lit from afar as well, so he'll box in and heal. I don't think they have any white heals for Pink. I think he's left on 110 effective. No, he's medkitting, actually, we see on the X-ray. Never mind. That explains why he wasn't moving for so long. So he'll be right back up and healthy. Paddy obviously not using the medkit for his 10 HP that he would get extra. Good team player. He's a good lad, that Paddy, I tell you, no. Good lad.
Well, we saw great things from them yesterday, coming third, despite not necessarily being one of the top 3 teams that we were talking about on paper. Paddy's now built that, I guess, that platform for himself, and we are expecting this to continue. Big rocket! Nate Guy Chris falling, but just about managing to save himself. The problem is he's getting pushed hard by Lysen and Bad Sniper. Plenty of other people padding over now as well, but it doesn't look like they're going to be landing right next door. Still 38 people alive in such a tiny space. A lot of building going on. Some of these teams are going to start getting low on mats soon. Bad Sniper, not one of them, though, doing extraordinarily well at the moment to conserve into the late game. Nate Guy Chris still being pressured by about 12 different directions at once. And here's Paddy coming into the mix, too.
Well, it's going to be long rotates to come through. A lot of those solos being cleaned up now on the rotates. Zozo in with a kill onto Piz. A nice early contestation for him. And Nate Guy Chris has got Toaj back up with him. They've managed to reunite, sharing over the mats. Nate Guy is the one that's leading the charge. He'll even have time to pop up his big pot. And the zone going backwards helps them because they've already got a platform to move on. Paddy and Pink in a fight. They've already got a knock. But Paddy is now low. They want to finish off that kill. Pink pushes on through to the box and looks to finish him. And there you go. They're going to manage it. As low light falls, that's a nice little refresh for Paddy. Gets himself back up to 25 shields. Soman and Dan also disappeared from our screens. And although they're not on ultimate height, they're doing quite well. Storm Surge coming into play and dealing some damage. These players now need to deal damage themselves. And it's already done, down to 30.
Really good the way I think Nate Guy Chris soaked up that pressure and was able to survive to a point where Tohaj and him could just reset up top. Mura now getting on board with, was that low up top? And Ferrens, yes indeed, they're getting very low just on top. Big rocket going into the basement, not really doing much damage though at that sort of range, which is impressive. It must have just got to build just in time. Ferrens now going down just off screen to the bottom, but is coming back in very, very low on hit points and managing to get the regen on the shield.
Now, not owning a lot of these walls is costing a lot on these rotates. You see Robabs being proactive and leading. If you wait too long for the rotate through, you're going to end up having to break those walls and probably die. Thomas is about to face that fate. He's so damn low, and it looks like he might go down to zone any second now, but there's so many players on the kill feed. He must have had a flopper to keep himself alive because he definitely took enough ticks to fall. Again, though, we're still looking in towards Paddy and Pink. They've got full shields. They're avoiding a lot of these fights. Zestin coming up behind them, and he could be in heavy danger. He's only got 10 HP. Has to stay so far ahead of the zone, but that means running in blind, and as Lazen falls to Paddy, gets knocked. He should be finished off in just a few seconds. Paddy needs to heal, and healing up in these kind of zones is not easy. Not if you've got big things like medkits. You'll never be able to get those popped in time. Has he got any shields to work with? It looks like he's standing still to get the heal. Zeston was taken down by amplifying the end, some free points. Robabs rocketed off height, but he's able to reconnect and maintain it just for a second. And with these rotates through, you still see Nate Guy Chris alive, still on height with Tohash supporting from above, but he looks to drop down and close the distance on some of these players like Astro, who's now tagged in the back. He's in zone, taking heavy damage. Lax Pro just sneaking away with what life he's got left. Tohash keeps connecting even after being shot off height, and as Paddy falls, a lot of pressure on Pink to make it work.
Now down to the last 3 teams and 4 players. This is important. Tohash getting very low, and I think getting taken out there, that is huge. Robabs now definitely in control. Pink outside of the circle. Not very much they can do right now, and they have to find a way in while constantly taking that ping. Robabs absolutely commanding in their position.
Yeah, he's run out of heals as well. No floppers, no way to get in there. Just shooting away from height, hoping that he could land the kills in time, but it just wasn't possible. Too many heals in play for Robabs and Snazy, who take the win here. Paddy and Pink getting in second.
Do you know what? I think that's the first game we've had in a while where there's been so many points, so many eliminations possible in that final kind of storm circle. I think there's 38 players left as it kind of started to move there right at the end there. Great plays from Robabs there right at the very end. Your boy Paddy did pretty well. Your boy Paddy did really well.
Listen, Adam, there was no doubt in my mind when we came into this that Paddy was going to be Dubai to do it to damage. He came in third yesterday, and now there's just no stopping Dubai, I tell you.
Hey, my Irish accent needs work. That was abysmal. My God. We're going to talk all about game number 2 when we come back after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Loads to digest. We'll see you in a few.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
My name is Amy Bowen. I just got back from a deployment in Brooklyn, New York for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not necessarily the case. I've seen it. We have a 16-year-old in there that doesn't have, multiple comorbidities. They have children in there. We have several pregnant women, and these are young, healthy people. Right now, I think everybody is holding together strong. They're doing well. I am concerned about everyone's mental health when this, comes down, because we are losing such a huge amount of patients. I do think everybody's scared. Everybody is doing the best they can to take care of these patients and still trying to protect themselves, because they do ultimately go home to families and husbands and children, and no one knows what to do, if you should just stop seeing your family or stay in a hotel for risk of infecting them, or even, worse, them passing away due to an illness that you've brought home. I really think if people would just stay inside and be socially responsible and realize that no one's being oppressed, that they're just being inconvenienced, that just stay inside and shop online and do the things that you can do, but distance yourself. It's amazing, because your donations, your funding has allowed nurses like me to come to the front line and help and be the extra hands that they need to allow the nurses that are at the facilities and they're inundated with patients and overwhelmed to be better nurses, to take better care of these patients, to get better outcomes.
Yo, welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Game number 2 has been, electric. It was fantastic. John, we saw there at the end there, Robabs and Snazy took the victory there. I was so convinced Robabs there, for that full damage with 19% health left. I thought he was a goner, but earlier on in the match, we were talking about Nade Guy Chris as well. Very similar for him, but managed to last quite a long time into the final kind of end game portion.
There was so many heart in the throat kind of moments in the second half of that game. Nate Guy Chris, I was convinced for about 30 seconds. It's in a few seconds, this guy's just going to die. There's no way he's going to be able to survive that. And he comes out on top of all of it and still manages to get some limbs in. Robabs as well, that fall you mentioned. And of course, let's not forget Rasmusny on 1 HP for God knows how long. I was literally holding my breath through that entire sequence. Ridiculous stuff.
Bitch, I think you can agree. I was rooting for Rasmusny so much on that 1 HP, but he played a very crafty game there, just trying to keep silent and not give his position away.
Yeah, I don't think he managed to make it any further in placements in the end, but you could definitely see the intention behind it, just tucking away and hoping to survive that little bit longer. Also, obviously, maybe he picked up a couple of items from the dead players, depending on how the fights went, and it definitely had its opportunities. That kill there that we just saw, though, when Kiriachi and Letwick fell, that's another devastating blow to that duo. They've been doing so well they did so well across the first day, but here, that's 2 games in a row now where they've been hard punished in those early fights.
Yeah, Slurpy Swamp, not so tasty anymore, boys. Not so tasty anymore for those boys. But I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. We saw, yesterday we had Thomas, HD, and Tripper absolutely smashing it as well. Thomas managed to survive again right to the very end. It's great to see that players, when they go down to solos, that they are like super capable of getting all the way there, because those placement points are so important.
We're not really seeing the consistency in terms of getting those eliminations as well as those placements for the likes of Thomas and Tripper, but it's very important that even when you're not making those all big stylish plays, if you like, that you do actually have the points available for the placements, because you don't necessarily need to be right out in front eliminating everybody on Earth every single time. You just have to be consistently there, and that's ultimately what carried them to second place yesterday.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the map ranking there as well. We can see only 9 points difference between Snazy and Robabs, who came first, and Paddy and Pink, I think, came third also in that map there. But once again, place points, but the elimination points the same as Snazy and Robabs. Looking down the list as well, what do you take away from this, Mitch? Like, which kind of teams are you seeing? Oh, actually, they actually made a lot of points in that game.
Well, again, it's going to be consistency from Paddy and Pink, being able to play second, get all those kills as well. If they can consistently keep that up, they could definitely be overall. Remember, this is only the rankings for this map. So compound that with the previous, and they're going to be fairly far ahead. Then you look into the likes of some of the other players that have been doing well, Alpha and Blaster. They didn't do too well on that map, but again, compound over. I think they're still in the top 10 overall.
Yeah, we're seeing, I think Zozo and Attack as well seem to be, again, kind of continuing to always be thereabouts over the last couple of games, at least, anyway. They've had a lot of kind of like box fights with opponents and tend to come out on top.
You have a really good example of something we were talking about earlier, Adam. I think you touched on this as well, about how those eliminations can still bring you out on top in terms of points. I think the team just behind the top 2 in terms of eliminations were Siberiac and Putrick, and they had 0 placement points that game, but because they had 7 eliminations, they still walked away with 35 points that game. So when you have a bad game, you don't get into the top half of the standings, being able to get those elims early will keep you there or thereabouts in the standings.
We saw yesterday, all it takes is Letwick and Kiriachi getting a 22, hitting the 22 bomb. And next thing you know, they have got all the points they need to coast their way, sail to victory. So, let's not forget, all these players are playing for charity money as well. $150,000 our top team are going to get today to give to a charity of their choice. It's insane. And they're all giving their all to kind of earn as much as they can for their chosen charity. Right, overall rankings, fantastic. Okay, Paddy, your boy Paddy and Pink are currently top of our rankings list, 160 points with 90 from place points, 70 from eliminations there. Good to see them up there, Mitch. You've been championing Paddy from the get-go.
I'm a happy man. Let's not lie about that. I tweeted out before this, seeing an Irish flag in the top 3 on the podium, it just warms my heart. Well, seeing them in first place, I'm not going to lie, I'm a biased caster on this one. One team I'm surprised aren't a little higher, actually, are Tohaj and Nade Guy Chris. We see them late fight. They own the height as well. They caught a lot of players rotating in. But their elimination points, not quite as high as I expected.
2 elims. I think 2 elims is all they've had so far. So one player we've not mentioned at all is Nyrox. Is not. Would we even see? Is he even here? I can't see his name anywhere at all. We've got Martin and Captain Wind. Yes, they had a really great game as well. A great day, but it didn't quite work out in their favour. So hopefully, as I said before, Letwick and Kiriachi, they set the tone yesterday. It is always possible with this amount of point allocation to teams for eliminations and placing points. Anything can happen. Going into game number 3, this is a big turning point. I think we're kind of at the halfway point. What are you hoping to see from our teams moving forward from this point onwards, John?
I really want to see some of the big names start stepping it up. We saw a very mixed bag in terms of the names that we were expecting to be there or thereabouts at the end, and no one's really stepped up to the plate and say, I'm stamping my authority on today. So I want to see someone step up and really dominate this next lobby, whoever it may be.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. Take it away.
Well, looky, here we go. Again, a very similar route for the battle bus to come through, and we're seeing the same amount of teams heading towards the Shark where that early contention has been. Man, oh man, though, John, I don't know if you noticed, but Metro and CRR, they managed to place in at a whopping 44th. It's going even worse than yesterday for them so far.
I don't know. These guys are just, how do I put it? Like, you're so experienced and you're so good at, and you know what you're doing. When you're in a slump like this, what do you do to change things up? It's not even like they're being that heavily contested as well. I mean, it's a big map, but there are always going to be people near you. They just haven't been able to perform yesterday and today so far. And I don't know what the magic bullet is at this point. It's got nothing to do with skill. These guys are amazing. So what's happening? I'm not sure.
Well, you know what, John? I'm not sure what's happening with my feed for a sec, so let me just work on it.
No worries at all. We are taking a look at, I think, Misty Meadows just there. We've got Snazy and Robabs, of course, the winners from the previous game, up towards the top of your screen. Nade Guy, Chris, who was there at the end as well, is right there with Tohaj. They'll be looking for a couple more points here. They've been playing very well for placement, but I think, like the guys said when we were in the studio, they just haven't really gotten the points on the board. So maybe being a little bit more conservative than they normally would have been, allowing them to get up there at the end of the game, but not getting any eliminations along the way. So perhaps they could be one of the teams that we can look at to switch things up here, go a little bit more aggressive, and try and get those 5-point little bounties on the board sooner rather than later.
Well, I mentioned Ripper and Meter looking for somewhere to play, and it looks like they've found a new spot. Contesting over towards Kaxi and Lecce, Kaxi and Kaiser, excuse me. Lecce was still on my mind because I saw him already falling earlier on. Harmy is the one that's going to be in danger. And the shot that he manages to land has saved the duo. Lecce's already down, but I presume he's recovered the card. Getting him up isn't going to be easy, though. There's another duo that he's just found out about, and Harmy is in a lot of danger. 52 health, and as he goes to go at the backside, bullets are still raining in. Metab and Mansour know he's alone, and they know they've lit him up. So they're splitting on different angles, and Mansour, I think, was the one to find that angle from the side. Metab was just up behind him, and that is Lecce and Harmy taken out towards Weeping Woods.
Another big casualty very early on in the game. Unfortunately, no placement points there. Still with 81 alive very, very soon after coming out of the bus. And Zip getting caught out in a slightly unfortunate position as well, having to use some of those mats early and go into a defensive position. Split from their teammate too. M11 needs probably about 20 seconds or so to get in range. Spies Lysen in front of him. I don't think Lysen has seen it, so there might be an opportunity for M11 to get a flank here.
Spy's being taken down as M11 starts to run over towards Lysen, catching a couple of bullets along the way. He still has to engage because Zip is in trouble. He's got to come in as the savior of this fight. Zip goes up to try and do something. And we see Lysen just group up with his teammate, give over the shields. They're not feeling pressured. They're not feeling worried. With Zip taken down, they know they've got time before M11 gets there. They've got a bit of refresh on shields. And M11's just looking for any way in, any weakness in this, but he doesn't own any of the walls here. He was hoping maybe his teammate would have controlled one, but they've already been replaced. With that, no access through to the fight. He's got to try to break it. The edit went through way too quick for him to land a shot, but not this time as he lands one. Looks for a little more, but not this time, says Lysen, who quickly deletes him and gets back up to full health and shields. Lucky, because his buddy Bad Sniper's going to need a couple, and oh, the dance is coming in afterwards. You heard it in the interviews before we started yesterday. Pretty much all the players agreed. You want to tilt someone, throw in a couple dances when they die.
That's absolutely right, and very nice with the tactical movement there from Lysen and Bad Sniper. They knew that if there was a way for them to go ahead and get in that position, they will get a 2v1. They'll be able to take out the teams 2v1 at a time. So very clinical there, and also utilizing the minimum number of resources. We are here watching Paddy and Pink push up against SPK on the yacht. Maxer is on the other side and not quite able to get a backstab in just yet. Needs a couple more seconds to move in. That's exactly what they're going to try and do now. Pink coming in, and I think that is going to be the first down by the looks of things. SPK going down as well, so that is the team gone, and Paddy and Co will pick up another 10 points from those eliminations.
With that, they own the yacht. A lot of loot to go around. The weapons, even when you're looking at Deadpool's pistols, they are damn powerful. The ability to just rattle off shots that do high damage in close range fights. They can replace the likes of an SMG from time to time. I think Jandal just got knocked off height and lost most of his health to it. Now he's in the open. Those bullets not quite landing on him. But with Mongrel and Aqua being the players that he's got to contest, That's definitely not what he wants. Aqua was up close to him, knocked him immediately, and Nasser down below is helpless. He cannot assist his teammate, who I think is being shaken down as well. I mean, Nasser's just not getting away from this one, is he? Aqua's going to run over and help out in just a second. And he doesn't even need it. Mongrels just ran into the box and started taking him down. Hold on, what? We didn't see that from Nasser's perspective, but he went down to low HP somehow. What? Just shotgunned him. He must have 200 pumped him right in the neck. That is ridiculous. Nasser now, with refreshed shields up, he might be able to do something against Aqua. A blue pump is not something to be laughed at.
What is going on here? Nasser was not supposed to win that fight. That was not the narrative that this game was building, and he said, never mind that. Very quick turnaround there on Mongrel. Now he's got the opportunity against Aqua as well. A little bit of the high ground here, trying to build his way up and look for an opening. Aqua on the outside, taking a lot of fall damage. We're going down to 24, and Nasser is in hot pursuit right now. Seeing him around the corner, he's down to a sliver of health. Mongrel and Aqua, no! The turnaround, Aqua gets it. But oh my god, what a tense fight that was.
It's giving him the L as well as the shotgun blast to the face. CRR taking down 7Mood, and again defined by a sliver of health. An absolutely insane fight as Mitro being contested off of height. He has to build back up, but Ab's already above him. This is a dangerous meta fight to take. But he's got his teammate down below, covering the drop off on the back, and Ab looks to fight him as well. He's not taking a 1 versus 1. He didn't want it. He's looking to apply pressure to both of these players, but two of the best in the world, and it looks like, indeed, we saw a shark landing. The grapple to come up on top, and the height is just... This is the thing, when you're up against a grappler, you have height, and then in an instant, you lose it. Dropping down, though, looking to finish off this fight as CRR is already tagging up Ab. They're on opposite sides of the box, and like we've seen time and time again, they break through and delete him. Good work being done, and unfortunately, as we swap over, you see that Robabs and Snazzy, the players that did so well in the previous game, not having such an easy time. Hunted down aggressively by Fwex and Jamside. It doesn't look like this is going to be the easy fight they thought.
Going from winning the last game to really getting a lot of pressure put on early on this time around. Robabs with half shield trying to find a way to cleanly get out of this, but Jamside in hot pursuit. It's so difficult when you have a nicely coordinated duo come at you from multiple angles there. And that's exactly what we saw, by the way, from Mitro and CRR. Really, really well done. They know exactly where Robobs is, and there is not much else he can do. Nowhere left to go. And that is the previous game's winners out here in match number 3.
This is what we've seen so frequently, right, Jura? Like, teams come in and then immediately we're just swapping it over. Like, one game, you're going to be winning it, you're going to be dominating the fights, and the next, well, you're out of it in an early duel. Amplify, though, he's been consistently good. Took down one of the best duels in the game earlier on in the first one. And coming on through, he's low HP. He's managed to delete Dexy, but he hasn't finished him off. That's going to cost him as Shadow gets a refresh on HP, finishing off his kill. Amplify's gone in to use up his consumables. The mini at the moment, Shadow, creating a lot of distance. Look at this. He's going to heal himself up first. Then he can reset those walls, build up, and hopefully cause a little bit of time. Maybe, if he's lucky, get the res up. Swap off that height just to see the map, and you see nobody towards Shark. Very early rotates have already come through. As we saw, CRR and Co. down in towards the central part of the map. Amplify pushed back off this fight. At this point, Shadow, after he pops his minis, he's going to go back and try to get the res. I think he's got enough time with all those mats in between them as a buffer.
I think he should do. I mean, Amplify isn't looking to immediately push in. They need to be able to get a couple of heals off themselves, so that should give enough time for Dexy to come back into the game. See a couple of shots going into the walls there, but is this going to buy him time? A great pump and a nice edit around to stop any return fire. Both players are up, but both with very, very low hit points, and they need to buy themselves a little bit of time. Amplify on almost no health, but 100 shield, but fighting 2v1 here. The more time passes, the better this gets for Shadow and Dexy.
What a play by Shadow. He tanked the shotgun just so he could get the res up. Didn't want his opponent to get the free heals on the elimination and make it a much more even fight. Even gets a tag to Amplify, who was focused on building forward. Didn't see the wall behind him fall. Even though it was metal, it wasn't enough. And Shadow, hot pursuit after this player. He has heard him dip away, and he's just going to heal before following up. Doesn't want to be jumping out of that dumpster right up behind a player that he knows has got a shotgun, and I don't know if he knows exactly what it is, but when you're up against a purple pump, well, we've already seen what a blue pump can do in a fight. Take you from 200 to 0 pretty quickly.
And here we have Mitro and CRR reasonably close to Shadow and Dexy. They're certainly within range of starting something long range if they indeed wanted to do this. CRR is going to head over and check stuff out. No one really giving him much in the way of airtime while he's moving out across the open field. But they have noticed him now, and now we find out who wants to fight.
You know, I love this from Mitro and CRR that they've rotated in. How frequently did we see them in these positions this early on? Never. That's when. Getting inside the bush.
To be blunt, a couple of games yesterday, they were out of the game by this point. It's nice to see them so coordinated. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it is fine to stay in Shark for like the first zone, maybe even the second, because there's so many fishing spots along the way, but they just got cut off by teams that were waiting for them. They knew, okay, Mitro CRR, they're going to go Shark, they're going to come in late. Let's camp it. Let's take those fights around Sweaty Sands, and they did. Lots of duels going through, as already you're going to see the elimination on Quick Dead and 3 Boot. That was a very swift fight. Oh, that was a double heavy sniper straight through the wall. Lazen thought he was free to heal, but not a chance. Tripburn and Thomas deleting him, and Bad Sniper, did he just face this? Did they just double heavy snipe him as well? That is nuts.
I thought they had time. I thought they had space. It looked like they had finished the fight. They were ready to reset. Let's go ahead and chill. But no, managing to get both of them is insane. Thomas and Tripper maybe continuing a little bit of their form from yesterday there. Brilliant stuff from them.
Surely once your teammate gets killed by the first double heavy, you don't sit behind one wall on the next one. You can't. And unfortunately, they thought they could. Kiriachi and Letwick, look at this. They've got Lexpro trapped at the top of the building. I don't know if you've seen Skyscraper, but this is pretty much how that movie goes down. Lexpro stuck up there, bad guys below him. They're slowly making their way through. Sorry for the spoilers. And I don't know if Lexpro is going to have the family-friendly result to this that the movie does. Sorry again for the spoilers. It's an alright movie. But no, he's taken down.
I mean, that movie annoys me, but it's mainly the poster for the movie that annoys me, to be perfectly honest, because physically it's not possible. But we get into that on another cast. Ledwick now being pressured a little bit by Kirito from downtown, and a lot of pressure being applied there, but Kirito is basically out in the middle of nowhere right now, and that is a lot of build going out into thin air.
Kiriachi was right at the top of that as well. Now it's much more like the movie Skyscraper. He had to get all the way down to the bottom before it collapsed, and he managed to surf down the side. That's not what happens in the movie. I should probably stop giving out what does and doesn't happen in that, just in case anyone's they're probably planning to watch it this
I think
Sunday.
Sooner or later you'll give all the options, and one of them has to be right.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. A dragon comes through at the end and saves them all. That's 100%. But Kiriachi, he managed to get out of there. I thought he was dead. I really did, but he's just too quick for me. Managing to make it all the way down the side. We switch back to Paddy and Pink on a different side of the map where Chajnik, he's lost Dave. It seems like you got a constant swap up. Either that or he was actually just out of camera range. Never mind. Because last time it was Dav left without Chajnik. I thought maybe it was like a poetic end. One of them all was set to fall, but evidently not this time. Looking for a couple of tags here. We saw Storm Surge in the previous game, something we didn't talk about really. I think that's the first game where it's actually done anything, because up until now, people have played so aggressively. And as we said in the first game, the early stages are definitely aggressive. 50 players alive coming into third zone, but then as time goes on, when you get into those fourth, fifth zones, when you're at the 50-50, everybody just tucks in their boxes. They're just sat there around a campfire. Not actually around a campfire. You can't build them in your boxes anymore, but roasting the marshmallows, sitting, having a chat, you know. We even saw a couple players messing around, you know, aiming their guns at each other.
Well, that's something that's been a little bit different today compared to yesterday, because we've seen something like, I think it was 38 people when the storm started moving in the last game. And if you compare that to day number 1, there was just an outstanding number of people still alive. So very aggressive early game, but at the same time, also a more conservative mid game to allow people to rotate in. It's very interesting to see how the play styles have shifted day 1 to day 2 as these teams look to try and get the Bears share. Bears share, is that a thing? It's definitely not a lion anymore. I'm going to roll with it, of $150,000 in first place.
The bear needs his share, or he will get angry.
Does?
I got to agree.
Can't give Bear nothing.
I can't help but feel like I'm responsible for Dav dying there, because I painted the poetic picture of perhaps him leaving Chajnik after Chajnik left him. And unfortunately, that has happened. He is now dead, and I'd like to personally apologize to him for cursing him in that way. Caster's curse is real.
Quick, talk about someone else. Well, to be fair, we did.
Lowlight's great. Oh, no.
We talked about Skyscraper. At least there's no one called that we can kill off.
There we go. There we go. We're doing well. But Matzo up above, he's got lots of mats, so he'll be able to get down.
Hey.
because I'm too good at that. But yeah, no,
You're going to make a fine uncle, Mitch. Fine uncle.
Thank you. Matzo's very low on health, though. That's one thing he hasn't got. Amplify as well, just outside the box. They wanted to push in, try to get a fight. And in fact, they don't need to push in to get a fight. They're already out of this one, really. With how low Matzo was, Amplify's deleted. That's refresh up on Captain Win. And Matzo's managed to make it up. He's popping heals, but how long is he going to be able to sit there for? At this stage, getting the card and rezzing isn't even possible. So he's left in the 1vx. I think playing for placements is his only choice, but those two below him know he was close by.
The story of Captain Wind and Martine continuing on here in day number 2. We were talking about how they made a little bit of a name for themselves yesterday, just being extremely consistent and being up there as far as the leaderboard is concerned. They're continuing that vein of form here. No massive ups and downs. You can spot Thomas and Tripper looking to rediscover some of that vein of form that they had yesterday that really propelled them to the top of the leaderboards. They have an opportunity to do that now here. Not in game number 1, though, where they got out really early. They're very keen for that not to repeat.
The heavy snipers playing a pretty big role for Tripper and Thomas so far. They've been able to do quite a lot of damage on the back of them. We saw that double heavy sniper to eliminate a squad. Now they're focusing on Pink and Patty. No, don't go after Patty. But luckily they've got their builds up, 2 walls in between them. Again, in this situation, you hear heavy snipers on high ground firing out. So you've got to realize, okay, we need to now make sure there's at least a 2-wall thick boundary at every point, or that there's no way for them to... If you're behind wood or behind brick, you need that. If it's metal, it can fully build up so they can't see you through it. The problem is with... Oops, see there, they tried it on the Nade guy Chris, but the fact that it was metal that he was on, they couldn't be sure of where to line up for those shots. Whereas if it's wood, they can see your outline through it, fire on your headshot before you even know what day it is.
That's a very good point. Making sure you use... you're able to make sure people don't see you at the end of the day with those heavy snipers. Once you hear 1 or 2 of those shots coming through, you need to know you have to take those precautions. If they can spot you through the gaps in a wood, then at the end of the day, that's your risk that you're willing to take. So having multiple walls certainly helps with that. And I think a lot of teams are wising up to that right now, as we see Kiriachi making a possible move onto TU here by the looks of things. They are very much in the thick of it with 2 or 3 other duos inside this big complex right now, but NM7 and Allen look to be the ones that are close by. Dexy and Shadow could get in on the action if they decide to move up onto the high ground, but it's NM7 at the moment that's close to both of these guys on about half shield right now, so not in the absolute dream place to take a fight, but they're next to each other, coordinated, know exactly where their enemy is, and will be planning their next move.
I will say this is much more similar to previous games that we've seen, where the players that are alive towards the end of it are the ones we expect. You're seeing active searches for kills. I think that's just to do with the guys that we've got. You know, when it was the lower... When a lot of these... more experienced players were spotted dying early on, you're not worried about a Kirachi and Letwick because they were dead at this stage in the previous game. You weren't worried about anybody except for Tohaj and Chris, really. I mean, Lechi and all of them were dead. Realistically, that was where you just saw these scrappy fights come out, where players were rotating actively on the floor, looking to get into any boxes, and it was just so ridiculous. But now, players are tucked in. They're looking for any opportunities to land a couple of tags from afar. Again, getting ahead of the Storm Surge if it does come into play, but they have to still be very cautious. Those rotates primarily on foot again for reasons we've already discussed. You never know who's got a controller in a box, ready and waiting to see you in the sky. But very few people dying on the way over. I say that as Heretic. He faces Tripper and that heavy sniper again, doing some work.
A lot of people now stacking up on this part of the zone, as the next one is going to be very hard shifting over. Everyone expected to move in, and Kakarot is going to be one of the first to go down to Rasmusny. Tilton next to him on low shields, but otherwise okay. It doesn't look like another duo is hard pushing them just yet. So a lot of people getting bunched up here as the city properly gets built. You can see everything is going to get connected sooner or later. And at the top, you have Tohaj and Chris. Piz and Heatsy doing a good job a little bit further north as well. Not too many people knocking on their door right now. And I think things will start to chill out a little bit at the top. On the right-hand side, you just saw a rocket coming out from Captain Wind, looking to see if they can scrap another elimination as the zone starts moving, but they are not going to get anything out of that just yet.
So I was guessing they were in the zone because they fired that rocket as they would have been pushed out, but they were still safe. The problem is now they've got Letwick and Kiriachi, who they were shooting at, knowing exactly where they are. They're still firing, in fact. And so now even the heavy sniper is starting to take a look at them. Nade Guy, Chris, and Tohaj with those. And looking for any more victims that they can find from above.
Baron's one of the players we were talking about earlier. They're a target for Tohaj and Chris. Tripper getting close with that pad, but taking no damage at the end of the day. Chris still able to command that high ground position. We'll see what happens as everybody starts shifting in. Storm Surge warning coming out now as everyone rotates back to where the circle is going to be next. A lot of existing builds on the low ground and still a lot going down on top of it, allowing Nade Guy to basically keep all of their meds and, well, for the vast majority, their mats available as well for the next fight. So conserving those materials for when the herd gets thinned out a little bit, Mitch.
I'm guessing Tripper and Thomas don't have high mats. They've lost height. They've actually used jump pads to rotate as well, receiving a lot of damage. And no, in fact, they're not terrible on them. So that's surprising to me. They took a couple of risks. Nade Guy Chris has already connected those guys up above. So they're connected at 3 to 4 points. So they should be good even against those double heavy snipers that we saw earlier on from Thomas and Tripper. Are actually in a little bit of danger on this rotate through. Even Mwaka, he's in the zone at the moment, desperately trying to find a way back in. Paddy getting pressured, and he's now just on 10 HP. Doesn't look like he's going to be surviving all too much longer, although we're yet to see him in the kill feed. Just about managing to slip away. Desperately trying to find him in this sea of name tags.
Safiachi going down, leaving Mwaka on his own. And all sorts happening, especially on the low ground as people try and scramble for a spot into where the circle is going to be going next. A lot of names still in here. 24 players still alive and 16 different duos could be walking away with the victory royale here. So all to play for and a lot of action on the low ground as well as the high ground. Oh, Paddy.
Pink fell, and Paddy just trying to clutch it out now in the 1v2 fights. Haven't seen too much pressure applied from him just yet. Thomas and Tripper have done a really good job of seizing back up on height. You notice that they used their launch pad, as we said earlier on, to avoid... Oh, the double heavy sniper knocks Nade Guy Chris off height. Now they're pressuring him. He's lost all of his shields, but nobody's up close to finish him off just yet. He's trying to break into a box himself. It looks like he's kept himself alive for a couple of seconds at least, as he just breaks off. And Tripper and Thomas look to seize the height. They've got the opportunity to do so now. Need to connect over to the existing builds so they're not out in the open. I think they've just managed that.
This is where Tripper and Thomas were so good yesterday, taking out Zeston with that nice concentrated fire from above. I think Rasmussen is actually going to get the points from that, though, which is delightful. Tripper now absolutely raining hell. This is the same position they were in games 1 and 2, and so far they're doing it perfectly. Big kills going down on the bottom as well, with Tohaj getting Rasmussen and Thomas continuing to do more and more damage, finally taking out Paddy as well. That's a lot of elimination points from them from up above.
Paddy's managed to place in 5th, at least. Tripper already popping the victory dance out. They know that they're in the best position possible. They've got a mythic mini. They're just spraying down. Tohaj, he's managed to pick up a bandage cannon, and that will just about keep him alive, but gives away a couple of sound cues. And hello, ratata. That's all that's being said from up above as the shots rain down. But you see, in fact, the couple players down below being pushed. Thomas is down there with them. I'm surprised, giving up on all that height. That at least gives a bit of a buffer if Tripper gets knocked off. And Lomer, who again had great late game earlier on, not able to get it done this time. Tripper knocked on height. Never mind, actually, that was Lomer going right up. Does he have a grappler? Now Thomas is below, and he might actually be able to win this game. Lomer was fantastic in the first. He has indeed got the grappler, but he gets it in on time as well. And shotguns through to finish it. Wow. What is that game? We called him out in game 1, saying that he did so well in that late fight, finding the 3 kills in 1v2s, but to actually win that, going up with the grappler, and then dropping all the way, Thomas not finishing him, I am blown away by that.
What? What just happened, boys? Like, I could not believe I've got Tripper and Thomas there. I mean, we're going to get onto the double snipe twice later on, but I mean, they had the height, they had the low ground, and Lima, who mentioned just before this in game 2, comes through and takes the... I can't believe it. I'm literally gobsmacked.
That grappler play at the end was amazing. It basically used you're playing a game of Uno when someone plays the reverse card. That's basically what just happened there. And suddenly he had the high ground. He had the mythic raining down as well. Luma did everything right in that last couple of seconds, in that crucial period, allowing him not only to win from the low ground initially, but also to take on the team effectively 1v2. What an incredible play.
Absolute nuttiness, right? Don't go anywhere, guys. We go to all about this when we come back from the break. Come back and see us in a few. Massive. See you then.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Hello and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring Fortnite, and we are halfway through this this competition today, day number 2, and what a game number 3 that was. Mitch, for people watching at home right now, I want you to walk us through that grapple play at the end there, because that was something else, buddy.
That was incredible. So obviously Lomer came in as the sub for Farron's partner Illusion, or whether he's going to be just the future partner anyways. First game, he did incredibly well, right? In the latter stage, the 1v2s, he was dominating them. Didn't see much from him second. And this game right here, it was looking like it was all done. Trippern's up on height. He's got a mythic minigun, plenty of ammo, raining down hellfire. Himself and Thomas picked up a lot of kills. We even saw Trippern throwing in a couple of dance moves, you know? He knew it was in the bag. They had it done and dusted. And then up comes Lomer from absolutely nowhere. And somehow, throughout all the eliminations that have been happening behind the scenes, we didn't get to see it exactly, but he managed to pick up Sky's loadout alongside Midas's beautiful drum gun. Now, when that man comes up and grapples behind you on height while you're busy spraying down with a minigun going, GG, boys, and shotguns you in the back with a purple pump, then drum guns you, drops off height, grapples the floor to stop himself taking fall damage, turns to Thomas within a millisecond and headshots him with the pump as well. That is just disrespect, and I can't wait for him to watch that back and realize that they were dancing as if they'd won the game, and he just came through and slapped them into a new uniform.
Dude, that is a reckoning. I mean, let's have a look at the points right here. I mean, Tripper and Thomas, John, I mean, the amount of kills, I mean, despite the fact they lost that right at the last pip there, a superb game from those two.
Yeah, we were saying during the break how even though, of course, they lost that final fight in a spectacular fashion, they were really using the high ground to maximize the number of points they were getting. And that really goes to show, you know, second place, 56 points instead of 65, sure. They only got 1 less point for their eliminations, 55 points, doubling their loadout there. And it is no surprise to see them as number 1. They had something like a 4 to 5 minute period in that game. No one was contesting them. They were raining down bullets from above and just collecting those points like it was free pocket money.
I mean, I mentioned the last part as well before the break. I mean, the double snipe twice as well from those boys was just magical, right, Mitch?
Oh, that was incredible. The first one, granted, it can happen. The second, though, within an instant through another single wall, that was just insane to be able to walk away with that. 11 kills, you're definitely going to be rocking away with the top points. But I think Lomer, honestly, I'm still caught up on that. He's played so damn well today, catching my eye immediately, and I want to see a lot more from him throughout this tournament.
Yeah, you know he's going to be like, yeah, boy, when he sees those dancing in that room. Yeah, I can't wait, man. I can't wait. So let's look at the rest of the rankings here as well. I mean, we mentioned names like Mongrel. I mean, Mongrel Aqua had an insane fight with NASA earlier in the match as well, with Aqua coming out on top, which we didn't see at all. Obviously, I think, was it a 200 pump that Mongrel took to the head, and suddenly it was just crazy.
You can see the overconfidence, right? They just wanted to go down. They're like, oh, it's a 2v1. I'll just go get the kill. Mongrel pushes in, knowing the player's low, and that's the problem problem, right? If you don't know if he has a blue pump or not, well, there's one way to find out, and it ain't easy.
I mean, Paddy and Pink as well. They came 7th in that game as well. I mean, they were on top before with Matt in terms of the overall ranking. So clearly, still up there, still getting points, still increasing their points here as well. I mean, I think Paddy and Pink seem to be a team that is definitely one to watch out for. They seem consistently. They've kind of traded positions with Captain Wind and Martine today, and they're always up there or thereabouts.
They're really sort of getting themselves in positions where they can identify where they've got those easier 2v1 kind of plays. They're catching those eliminations en route to rotating in as well. And I think that's what's really set them apart. By the time they get into a good position, they've already got those kills. And another glimpse there at some of that sniping action from Thomas and Tripper. Always juicy to watch.
That's the second one.
It was, yeah. I mean, Kiriachi as well as Letwick. I mean, they're still racking up a lot of eliminations. I think they've got 6 in that game. One of them. I mean, we're seeing Tripper here as well. I mean, this is when they start to think, we've got this, boys. GG. You know, we all day. We're going to smash this. I really hope they show the dance in this highlight. I don't think they're going to, but I really hope they should. Please show the dance and then the repercussions of that. But I mean, as you said, Tripper and Thomas. We talked about this yesterday. They're a new confirmed duo. Okay, there's obviously everything's a learning curve. They're having a superb time with us right now. Day 1 was amazing. Day 2 is getting good too. But it's I mean, that was just ridiculous.
Look how close.
But clearly, we're learning. Right, Paddy and Pink still topping the leaderboard, bros. This is. I mean, only by 23 points, but you can still see they're doing superbly well right now.
Yeah, and the Mena duo coming in second, Lomer and Ferens. These two, I mean, you look at Paddy, you look at Lomer, they've been doing so much damage, probably not the ones you would have pinned to be at the top of the scoreboard by now. And some of the other duos definitely not living up to their standard, especially Mitro, but I think we are seeing a little bit much from, a little bit better, from him in that game. The rotations were certainly better planned, and if he keeps that up, we could definitely see him start to approach on the top, maybe reset for tomorrow and come back better as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you made a point as well, I think, during the map where Storm Surge isn't really playing a part right now because players are engaging each other left, right, and center.
There's a lot of fights happening as these teams just kind of get closer and closer together. And like you say, Storm Surge is there so that if everyone is playing particularly conservatively, okay, that's a game mechanic that can be brought in to thin out the herd, to force people to do that damage. Absolutely no need for that here, at least so far, because so many of these big damage fights are happening earlier and earlier into the game.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Obviously, we're losing you now, Game 3, and Gaskin and Jumper coming in. But do you think your boy Paddy's going to go all the way, Mitch? Yes or no?
Listen, 100%. Irish crowd all the way. 100%. He's going to top the scoreboard today. He made podium, top 3 yesterday, and I believe in him. Go on, Paddy, you've got this by for Ireland.
Love it. Right, check out gamerswithoutborders.com. During this break here, we're going to lose John and Mitch, but we're joined by Dan and Jump in just a few minutes' time after the break. So don't go anywhere. Loads more Fortnite action coming your way on Gamers Without Borders in just a few.
Do you remember the first time you tried to play Fortnite?
It was 2 years ago. My friend who I played H1Z1 with forced me to play Fortnite. And like the first time I got into this game, I've just uninstalled it like 2 games after, I guess, because I was mad at something.
At least a year ago, and my God, I was bad at the game. I was playing with my friend back at his place, and I like 1 kill, and I was like, I got a kill, yes!
It was, I think, 2 years ago or something. I was playing with one of my old friend, and basically we went in a game. I think that we won. It was actually pretty fun, and it was an interesting moment.
October 2017, I started playing this game, and I think that wasn't my game, my type of game, and I quit for like 1 month, and then I start playing again and start enjoying.
It was 2 years ago. I played with my friends, and I didn't really like it because it was so hard for me to build, and it's a new game that I tried, and it was really hard.
I'm not sure, but I think the first time I tried to play Fortnite was before the season.
The first time I tried to play Fortnite was back in season 4, and I hated the game, but I wanted to play more because I just wanted to win.
What do you think your most memorable play in professional Fortnite is?
I think that has probably been in trios, where we ended up coming third, and I clutched up a very important game for us. And I think that is probably like within the Danish community what people remember me from. Yeah.
It was a trio tourney. Basically, I clutched up in a 1 versus 3 situation, and we end up qualifying for the trio FNCS squad warm-up or something like this.
I almost qualified for World Cup. I was like 12th or something like that, but I choked something in my last game and I don't qualify. But that was a very exciting moment for me.
World Cup, because it was very big event.
Right now, the play I remember the most is trio FNCS finals, where I died 5th place, and if I would die 4th place, I would get 2nd place in the end, and I would win 80,000.
What's the most important building tip you could give to new players?
Learn how to build like a box for yourself to protect yourself.
I would say go into creative and just start free building. And as I tell all my viewers as well from when I'm live streaming, is that you gotta watch other pros play and trying to incorporate what they do and trying to look back at what you're also doing yourself. So by VOD reviewing.
Always practice in creative mode.
I think it is 90s and you must build it as fast as you can.
Don't make you rebuild your bind in the mouth. It's very hard.
So learn builds in creative. So just spam creative, start with the basics and then move on, to harder builds.
Hello there and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring Fortnite. This week is all about raising money for charity. We have $2 million that's being donated to our charities you can see on screen right there, courtesy of our players and where they come each day in our Fortnite event here. I'm now joined by Gaskian and Jump. Boys, what is cracking? How are we?
It's crack-a-lacking, isn't it? It's been a blooming good day so far. I've been able to watch all 3 games. Not quite what we expected after yesterday, but a few changes here or there, and I think that's just because people have been adjusting their playstyle and adjusting to this temporary meta we're creating in this tournament.
Yeah, I sat down on my couch, got some yogurt and some granola, and checked out some Fortnite action before the second half.
Okay, I think Dan's going to agree here. We talked about Americanisms and Britishisms yesterday. It's called yogurt.
100% yogurt.
Yogurt, mate. It's yogurt. Yogurt. And it's a banana, not a banana. We're getting deep now, Jump. Jump seems upset with us, Dan.
Does seem a little bit.
Look, sometimes there's just tolerance. Tolerance is a term that becomes quite consistent with you British friends.
Thank you. Thanks, John. That's nice. We've noticed, you guys have been watching in the wings here. I mean, you've noticed that the way that the players have approached the game today seems to be a lot more sporadic than it was yesterday. Things seem to be kind of, it feels like it's a bit of a free-for-all out there, Dan. What have you noticed in particular?
I think it's because we've got the 5 points per elimination. We're genuinely seeing a bit more of an aggressive meta than you would usually see in a Fortnite competition. So those players who have won World Cups, they've won tournaments and stuff, it's just now at a point where they're getting attacked by someone over and over and over and over.
This is true. I think we've been surprised as well. I mean, it seems that there's a lot of the big players who we naturally assume are going to deliver at tournaments like this. We've not really seen a lot of them step up. Others we've actually seen a lot of consistency, which is great to see, particularly from confirmed partnerships like Thomas and Tripper. Like we're a duo, we're official, we're going the distance now from this point onwards. It's exciting to see that they're doing so well here. Bit of cocky showboating aside, but I mean, you saw yesterday that it just takes one game like Letwick and Kiriachi had yesterday. One game with 22 elims. They won the VR as well. Just a game like that can change things so drastically with a point system like this.
I mean, we look at some of the players that are in this tournament and the history they have in Fortnite, and then they only picked up like 1 or 2 eliminations yesterday. That's just not good enough. But at the same time, they're probably not playing the game the way they want to play the game. When you look at any battle royale, you'll find the top players are very elitist in how they think the game should be played. They're always saying like, people shouldn't be dropping with us if they're not used to dropping there. They shouldn't be hot dropping on me. All of these different things, they should be rotating in a certain way. It almost becomes a bit of a pattern and they get used to be playing in a certain way. So as soon as anyone changes that, they get a little bit upset. They get a little bit angry. They might get tilted a little bit and they're not going to be in a comfortable environment. And I think we've seen that in this tournament. And that's why, in my opinion, some of the better players haven't been performing thus far, but there's still plenty of time for them to do so.
I mean, you're right. I mean, we talked about how this is, this is all for charity. So the top prize today for our top duo is $150,000. But even if you come in 50th place, you still have $1,000 to give away. So it's all for charity. But you can see the players here. They're not treating this as just a fun. God, that finish from Lim was insane. They're not treating it as just like another exhibition match or just some fun. People really want to win this money to deliver it to these charities, which is fantastic to see. I'm hearing that we're ready to rock and roll. We're jumping to game number 4. Boys, take it away. Bring out the big guns. Here we go.
Second half is set to begin here with Gamers Without Borders. Day number 2, as Adam has mentioned, $2 million to be given away to various charities over the 3 days. And Dan, to piggyback off of what you were saying, I think the inconsistencies of the top duos is definitely something that, we have to take a look at. But I also want to give some shout outs to some that have done a really good job at staying near the top of the middle of the pack, as you might say. You got to think about some of those, such as Patty and Pink, for example, that I think despite the fact of, some inconsistencies in some specific situations, I think by and large, they still have showed up today, much like they did yesterday.
Yeah, they definitely showed up yesterday, and they're getting similar amount of eliminations as well. I think that's what's important, and I want to stress that when people are watching this tournament and they're wondering why are people playing differently, why are the points all over the place, why are the leaderboards maybe not what you would expect from a normal Fortnite tournament where some of these huge players that you're desperate to see aren't performing well. It is literally just the difference of more points for elimination. We're seeing more aggression. Yesterday when we saw Kiriachi and Letwick just running at people and 22 eliminations in one game, that's how they were able to win yesterday. That's how they were able to get that $150,000 for their charity.
Yeah, the WP Warriors certainly proving to be something of a solid situation is now already to keep off of that as a consistency. We're already seeing a fight right off the bat as we do see the TWQ boys get some eliminations right off the rip.
Yeah, you're going to have 2 different starts, really, in Fortnite in general. You're either going to be able to loot up comfortably if you've been able to get into a drop area that you're going to be able to consistently go for your normal loot route, or you're going to be contested. And throughout this tournament, we've seen most duos have been contested by at least one other duo, so you expect an early fight. That can throw you off a little bit. You might not be able to loot as comfortably as you would have liked. You might not get the loot that you would expect. And instead, you've got to decide, do we just back out of this? Do we run away and potentially try and find more loot elsewhere? Or are we going to take that early fight? Are we going to hope to win this? And then you gain all the loot as a reward. And we get another early fight here as Frex manages to win this initial engagement. Tohash gets taken down. And now he will start searching for his teammate and see if him and Jamside can link up here.
Yeah, it does look like Tohai, unfortunately, going down there. There is going to be a third party. We can see Robabs and Snazy. They're going to be able to come in and try to see if they can make something happen on a jam side and to Flex. A little piece of the hidden moment there for Chris as Flex finishes off. Nice little situation for Tohai, and already we're going to see them try to see if they can move it up. It does look like a disengagement immediately, though, from Flex and jam side, so a great effort by them to finish their elimination and then back themselves off, but that's going to leave Chris essentially all by himself. He will follow into the tracks of Flex and jam side, but it looks like Snazy, his teammate Robabs, are on the hunt.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire for Chris, but it looks like he's going to survive at the moment because Jamside and Fwex are going to change their sights and they're going to look for the other duo that have just been trying to contest them here at Misty Meadows. Snazy does have the high ground at the moment. Fwex is just boxing himself up so he can heal, and boy does he need to heal. He's very weak at the moment, only has the 1 mini to play with, it looks like, so he's going to be low, and I wonder whether the others have got caught wind of that as Jamside is going to be sprayed down. Fwex is going to be weak, he goes down, and now Snazy looks for the second. Can he get a shot? No, he can't, so it's a 1v1 scenario now. Can we see Robabs maybe make up for this? Or is there going to be a little bit of play from Chris? You can see he's having a little sniff on the other side. He's probably thinking about getting involved, and Robabs goes down. Jamside will win that 1v1. Huge, really, in the grand scheme of things. And he needs to now make sure he can just loot up effectively. And, well, he can either go for the revive. No, he can't. He's going to have to get the card and go for a reboot.
You can actually see Chris on our X-ray vision have some very serious back and forth decision making of did he really want to go in and try to third party then once he saw that one member went down on each side, but instead he's just going to take the toilet, get a little bit of a reposition, as now we move back on to Patty and Pink that we were talking a little bit about earlier. They were able to take down Maxa, and it looks like SPK isn't going to be able to do too much. He finds himself a little bit too far away as it looks like they're going to come across the water from the yacht and come back over for Stevie Stacks.
And I think that one of the downsides of kind of changing from LAN tournaments to online tournaments is not having the ability to listen to some of the like in-game chat between players. It's one of the things I love to do at live event tournaments is get that in-game chat, see what the decision making is going to be like, see what the communication is like. Are they going to be saying, look, we need to push this, or we need to be less aggressive, or we need to be backing out? And I hope that in more tournaments we get to hear more input, really. I know that it's kind of an FPS thing nowadays where you will have listen-ins every now and then. I think it's just huge, and it's such an important factor.
It definitely aids in just the knowledge of how concise the information is that they're relaying to each other, but more importantly, kind of just what sort of things they're focusing on. They clearly are some of the top players that are finding themselves playing the game. Is now, you take a look over at the power duo, they do seem to be going up against Aqua and Mongrel, who have not had as much success as what we had hoped to see them in day number 1. Hopefully on the second half here for day 2, they can pull some things around. Gentle fires a little bit of shots there on a Mongrel. He still has a fairly amount of shields left. Great little effort there as he tries to ramp himself up on the same level, as it looks like Mongrel actually ends up going to go inside the building to heal himself up. Only 50% HP, but it looks like Nasir is on the hunt.
Mongrel did well, though. He did well to save Aqua there. Aqua was certainly being kind of searched out there, and I think they had found him, and they probably had squeezed him enough, but Mongrel just firing some shots below, taking out some of those builds, allowed Aqua to get away and heal up, and now he's back with high ground, but he doesn't have much health to play with, so you can see he's just sneaking around at the moment, just trying to get a little bit of vision, give some of that information, relay it to his teammate, and just say, look, you probably need to back out of this. You haven't got much health either. And it is not a great spot to be in for Aqua and Mongrel. There's been so much in the Twitch chat, people saying like, oh, how are Aqua and Mongrel doing? Are they performing well? They haven't really lived up to the expectations in this tournament so far. So I am wondering, when is going to be that big game? Because we know they've got it in them. We know the capabilities of them.
Yeah, it's also very difficult as well when you do find yourself splitting a POI with an enemy team. You're not able to get the amount of resources that you necessarily want. That clearly being seen from the health and shield bars of Aqua and Mongrel. As we take a look at our picture-in-picture, though, we can see that another fight is actually going to end up happening. It's going to be Metab and Mansour. They're going up against the Kiriache-Letwick duo. Thankfully, they're going to be able to have at least enough resources to heal themselves back up, but they do find themselves on the low ground. So Letwick and Kiriache are actually going to try to see if they can get themselves into a build bout. And Metab trying to do everything he can to at least stay one level above Kiriache. But that's going to give enough of an opportunity for Gambit's Letwick to move himself up. And there we have it. Skyscrapers aplenty. Metab has to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to build too far high up because he could get shot down and potentially have fall damage as his demise. Him recognizing this almost immediately drops down a couple levels, as now it looks like Letwick and Kiriache turn their sights onto another enemy team. Looks like they're going to try to see if they can keep themselves to finish it up.
All it takes is a third party, someone else to start shooting you down. You can see they are getting sprayed from several different areas on the map right now, so they need to try and get into this engagement, win this fight. Letwick does take the first down. Kiriache wants to join the party now, see if he can get involved, see if they can find the second. But I think Letwick did the damage there, and him and Kiriache are going to be able to come out on top in this particular engagement. Cully and Moore are going to be heading over. They will have a little bit of a sniff, perhaps, of that fight. But again, the sheer aggression of Letwick just being able to join alongside Kiriache and just know that you can trust in your teammate. If I push, you're going to be there with me.
The man is an animal. His reticle always seeming to find the heads and the bodies of these enemy members, and it's a huge reason why they were able to drop so many eliminations and secure themselves that first place. Is it looks like we are going to have to see Ab and Seven Mood. They did decide that they wanted to have something, but instead they decided to disengage a little bit. Seems like CRR is the only one left alive. His teammate Mitro doesn't seem to be anywhere nearby, as Toby and Spy going to try to get themselves healed back up. Safiachi and Makwa doing the same thing, trying to see if they can secure some sort of builds within this house. As we can see, there is construction happening all around the corner, as we do have Mitro on the screen now. It didn't actually seem like he went down. Apologies for that. Unfortunately, just didn't see him on one side of the screen, but his teammate CRR doesn't look like he has a lot of health to work with.
Yeah, it looks like they changed up their drop locations from yesterday. We saw it in the first 3 games. They were very much a Shark presence yesterday, but they had no luck whatsoever in terms of where the zone goes. But of course, as soon as they move away from Shark, we see the zone starts to head towards it. It's going to be a very northern circle. You can see all of those teams on the southern side are going to have to rotate accordingly, and they're going to have to get a boogie on. Otherwise, they're going to get caught by the storm, as NM7 gets caught by Captain Wind, my favorite superhero himself, as Martin is just going to shield up now, and he is going to be part of one of those teams that needs to move. Spy and Toby are getting involved with CRR here, and Spy and Toby, they only got 6 eliminations yesterday, Jump. Across 6 games, I would say that's probably not enough.
Now, they're definitely want to try to see if they can turn that aggression up a little bit. And the difficulty as well for CRR and Mitro is they find themselves sandwiched in between these other teams. So they're not really able to push in on one or the other because that third-party possibility is super real for them. There is a couple other teams within the proximity. We do see the OVA duo slowly going towards their northwest a little bit more here. So we could potentially see a fourth party happening in just a little bit. Toby sharing some resources over there with Spy. Get him done up again to full health and full shield. But because all three of these teams do recognize that they do find themselves in the next playable zone, aggression isn't going to be too huge of a situation for them just yet.
Yeah, they don't need to move, and I think that's the important factor here is, yes, okay, you'd love to get the eliminations, you'd love to get those extra points, but it's a risk. It's risk and reward for sure. We've seen how getting those extra eliminations can really affect you on the leaderboards, but right now, you're probably just waiting for someone else to make that move, someone else to get aggressive, and then you can jump on that. You want to be the third party in this situation. All of these teams are just waiting for someone else to kind of just stretch their legs a little bit, have a few edits, and there you go. There's the first one. Safiachi is going to be taken down. His shields, are going to be taken down. And I wonder whether they'll pounce on that. I wonder whether they'll smell blood a little bit. But we'll go back to that engagement a little bit later as we move across to some of these teams who are rotating into the circle.
We do see Blaster and Alpha trying to hop across a piece of this half wood build, not wanting to waste too many resources. They only have 121 build on the side of Alpha. So despite thinking that that is a whole bunch of a munch, isn't going to be too much just yet, as they will have to slow themselves around. Now, there is a little bit of water left in play, so we do see a couple of these teams playing a little bit closer to the water just in case they are going to have to extend those out, as now seems to be everybody finding their hilltop, everybody finding their piece of residence, and making sure that they secure the piece of real estate that they feel is most appropriate, as we do still have a lot of playable zone left alive. Still 29 of the 44 teams still available.
Yeah, and as we're switching across these screens as well, just checking the inventory to see how well equipped they are for the late game. Minis there, big pots available, a decent shotgun, a decent rifle to work with. I think in general, most people seem to be looted up successfully from what we've seen thus far. There is always going to be a couple of teams that are going to be poorly looted because they've had to back out of a fight somewhere. Maybe they dropped into a POI and they just weren't able to get the rub of the green. Mawaka, I mean, yeah, his inventory is not great, but again, it's something to work with. I think in general, as long as you've got something to heal you up in the late game and you've got something you can work with in terms of weaponry, you're going to be all right.
Yeah, it does seem like they're going to play onto the edge of the zone. We don't want to worry about the rough situation they had a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, we take a look over, of course, at Mitro and CRR, and many of the resources that they had got expelled in those 1v1v1 party fights that they were finding themselves on. And here we are again, an unfortunate situation for Aqua and Mongrel, as Aqua ends up falling down as they were trying to ride the boat in onto the shore. Mongrel still finds himself with a little bit of health and HP, but we do see the W keys getting pressed by the enemy team, as now Patty and Pink, a duo that we were talking a little bit earlier, find themselves in a little bit of a scuffle. They end up coming out on top, though, as Patty clutches it out for his team. Pink gonna get the res.
Clutches out for his team, clutches it out for Ireland. Mitchman will be more than happy with that one, although I'm starting to wonder about Mitchman, whether he is a true Irishman. His accent is starting to dip a little bit, and it does concern me, and I think he should go back to his roots. You can see the circle just moving slightly left of Craggy Cliffs there, so still a lot of rotation to do for some of those teams that are in the southwestern part of the map, as we do have quite a kerfuffle going on here. And who's at the top of it? Kiriachi. That is always going to be scary. If you know you're fighting against him, personally, I would just get out of dodge. I would not want to take that fight whatsoever, John.
Yeah, but it's certainly something that Kiriachi and Letwick are going to want. If there's something of a consistency, it's that anytime you take a look at that elimination feed, they will find themselves there one way or another. Kiriachi immediately able to get a knock there onto Gentle. It looks like only one member of his team left alive. There is still other parties that are there. We do see Nasir that's going to be trying to see if he can build battle and take over one of these walls, but it isn't going to be enough just yet. Kiriachi picks himself up a second win. That's 2 more eliminations, now 7 for the duo here in match number 4.
Like so many that fell before him, he will fall to Kiriachi, who just continues his rampage, continues stomping through this lobby, and continues to show us how aggression can really work out in this particular tournament. Some will say it might not work out in other Fortnite tournaments, but we're focusing on this one for now. As you can see, everyone has managed to gather on their hilltops. They are socially distancing accordingly right now, but they're going to get up close and personal soon, I'm sure.
Great reference there. I'll give you a nice little 10 points onto that one as we take a look at a lot of damage actually being done down onto Thomas and Tripper. Of course, a duo that we have thoroughly enjoyed watching over the last couple days. They're taking a little bit of effort from almost seemingly everybody. Everyone has their card, and they exactly want to make sure that they're the ones getting the elimination. But now it's the press on by the Atlantis duo, Chester and Catchy, that want to try to see if they can take advantage of it. Tripper takes a lot of damage left again, has about 33% HP. He will use that metal to try to see if he can get himself any sort of pause to use some sort of resources if he has any left remaining. But it looks like the Atlantis duo are not going to let that happen.
Yeah, he's not been able to get the pause, but he has been able to buy time for Thomas to heal up. He's been able to shield up, and it means that at least he can potentially take this fight. Thomas and Tripper, after performing so successfully yesterday and in the previous game before Game 4, that would have been Game 3, I could do maths, that's great, but Tripper is going to be very weak here. I think he does fall. He is going to be knocked, so now it's just going to be all down to Thomas. Tripper gets finished off, and now we're going to see whether Thomas can take this 1 versus 2, but he's being pushed from both sides. He loses 42 shields. Kasia is going to take him down. Thomas falls as well, and Tripper and Thomas, after such a successful Game 3, won't be able to find themselves into the end game, and that's a disappointment for me, Jump, because their end game ability yesterday was so good. Even if it was just one of them, if it was Thomas, he would be sitting on the edge of the circle, he would be joining the fights late, he would just be picking people off one by one, and it's a shame to lose them because the end game, for me, is one of the funnest things to watch.
I think it's their just capability of understanding when to flip the switch of going aggressive and then moving down to a more passive play style. They were able to get eliminations early and then use that advantage and resources to then slow themselves down in the end game, like what you were talking about. Well, now that they find themselves out at 22nd place in match number 4, rough situations. But yet again, what do we see? We see shots, we see fights, and we see Letwick and Kyriace as they're going to find themselves in a tough situation. We've got I4 and Dex. They're going to be going up against them, but thankfully there is a third party, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend in this situation, as that will give a little bit of enough time for Kyriace as well as Letwick to resource heal themselves up, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too long, because there are many members that are just raining down havoc on the builds below them.
You probably don't want to get too aggressive here because they are so close to the next zone as well. But as I say that, I can't just say don't get aggressive to the two most aggressive players in the lobby. They just start editing, they start pumping the opposition team, and it is going to be CRR and Mitro there on the receiving end. They lose quite a bit of health, but they're able to bounce back a little bit and return some shots themselves, but they need to be careful here. I think Letwick and Kyriace do have an indication that Mitro is weak.
Yeah, and you actually could see on Kyriace's inventory there, he's got 2 pieces of fresh sushi, some shields, and then a little bit of firepower to help himself out with. So he is immediately recognizing that he's going to be getting into these scuffles, and he's going to be needing to make sure to use those resources appropriately. We're going to see Mitro try to heal himself up with some baby shields. It looks like Kyriace and Letwick are going to have to make a decision. Do they stay where they're at? They are barely finding themselves into the zone, but they don't want to go too many builds over because they're not too sure that the builds that they actually have available are theirs to edit through, and that could be a disaster if CRR and Mitro could take advantage.
Yeah, owning your own builds is, of course, so important, not just in Fortnite in general, but specifically the end game. You can see Kyriace and Letwick just starting to move up a little bit. They're also probably not sure how many players are above them. They would have certainly got the indication that Dex is there and there's 1, but there could always be 2 that they might just not know. So they are going to be a little bit cautious here, whereas Dex, I think, knowing that he's on his own, is just going to wait this one out and hope that he doesn't get pushed. But thankfully, he does have the high ground.
Yeah, but there's still going to be a fight for control here by Kyriace and Letwick. They do realize that this next zone is going to be in their favor, so they want to try to see if they can slow creep over. And as that happens, we do see Astro and Hardfire are actually throwing some power shots there onto CRR and Mitro, and it's great to see CRR and Mitro actually lasting a little bit later. There still are 21 teams left alive, so I say later almost proportionally in some areas, but now that they've made themselves over to the Storm Surge, it will be a southeastern movement, but more importantly, it's going to be almost parallel to the direction that Kyriace and Letwick have to go as well.
Ooh, that has very much found itself southern of that current circle. You feel very sorry for those who are at the north of this one, but you can already see people on their gliders trying to instantly fly towards the circle, try and get their real estate, as you say, jump and set up. Smifu gets absolutely blasted out of the air though. And I mean, you're completely right, it is good to see the likes of Mitro at this point, because yesterday, I mean, they only got 6 placement points, him and TRR. It just wasn't good enough. Yes, they got 55 elimination points, they got 11 eliminations, but they just weren't able to get to the late game. If we can see them have that like success with the early game fights they were having, get to that late game, get some placement points, there's no reason why we can't see them near the top of the leaderboards.
Taking a look, of course, at some of the other teams and duos that have been showing up. We do have Lazen and Bad Sniper, the Grizzly duo that did fairly well yesterday, find themselves at ultimate hype. But you do also see that number 42, Patty and Pink. Of course, keep an eye on them. Their late game ability to stay alive certainly has helped instances in plenty of time. CRR, in the meanwhile, was able to do a solid effort at getting himself an elimination. And look at that. Tohai found himself actually rezzed up, and he's going to be able to continue to join the fight. And this is where things are going to start to get sticky. Over the next 15 seconds, the rest of the Storm Surge will happen. And where Storm Surge will happen on Zone 6 is really going to dictate how well or how difficult a lot of these teams are going to be able to rotate.
And it is going to be difficult now because they have to go up this cliff ever so slightly, but they have just been able to work their way in. You can see Dex there wormed his way just inside of the circle. CRR is still alive, but Mitro was taken out, for those of you who have been tracking their position in this current game. Still some very big names alive, though, at the moment. You can see 20 teams or 20 duos still alive. 44 players still reside in this game as well. So plenty of eliminations still to be had for those who are brave enough to kind of pop some edits and have a little peek at one or another.
And contrary to what we had yesterday, where we did see the Storm Surge move in the opposite direction where a lot of these players had their builds, it's actually now moving to the north. So some of these players that were able to actually tunnel into the northern side of the last playing area could potentially use some of their builds appropriately. As we say that, though, Toby and Spy are going to have to be careful because in front of them lie some dead bodies of CRR, as it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do too much. Thankfully, Toby, he's going to try to see if he can edit out a piece of the area that they have, but I'm not too sure it's going to be able to do too much yet. He has baby shields, but he doesn't have any way to recoup that health, so he's going to have to get some eliminations and use that siphon at his advantage. Chris and Tohai on the bottom of your screen, they're going to be moving themselves around, and any effort to use those gliders, at least below, could potentially help them rotate around as slowly but surely we see these players inching ever forward in the playable zone that's left.
I'm just trying to have a glance to see who's got those mythic items as well. Bad Sniper does have the mythic drum gun, which is going to just allow him to rain down fire from above. Jamside has the ultimate high ground, or at least he did. He might have been knocked off. Can't quite see him on my screen, but that's what everyone's going to be aiming for right now. A little bit of high ground, but mainly just kind of staying out of dodge and staying away from just any random fire. Try and keep control of as many builds as possible so that you have control of those edits and you're not going to be attacked. But plenty of names just building up in the left side of your screen there, everyone on top of one another, and I think carnage is about to unfold here, Jump.
Yeah, Pink and Patty actually decided to tank a tick of damage so they could use one of those launch pads to move themselves up a little bit forward on the forward side of the zone. Jamside, meanwhile, picks up a kill onto Lyzen. We're taking a look at Bad Sniper. They've done a really good job at making sure that they keep themselves hyped, but now that he only finds himself with wood left available, he's going to have to be forced to use all of it. Does still have a little bit of metal, but he doesn't want to waste it just yet, as he does know there is still lots of effort left to be seen. We do look at the XCOM AGO team. They're actually going to get shot down from underneath them and put into immediate fight with more, but it's going to be just havoc all across the board. Still 12 teams left alive, 40 seconds left remaining, and the circle continues to get even smaller.
Piz gets knocked by Biceps and will get the completed elimination as well, as now this storm is going to start to move once again, and you can see players just starting to shift ever so slightly just to get a little bit closer, try and start to get into some high ground as well. Cully gets knocked down. Paddy gets knocked. Heatsy goes down to the storm. Everyone falling left, right, and center right now. But who is going to be able to actually get into a superior position? Because whilst all this carnage is unfolding, you've also got to be thinking about positioning, thinking about where that storm's going to be going. Where are you going to be pushed from? Am I going to be pushed from above, below? All these different factors that come in as Biceps picks up yet another elimination and gets even more siphoned.
Yeah, well, who haven't we seen in the kill feed go down just yet? It's going to be Letwick as well as Kyriache. They are still on your team. It is that hot pink number 14 that you see on your screen right yet. They are the ones that are still left alive and are extremely deadly in some of these close quarter situations. Pink does still find himself left alive. His teammate Patty, unfortunately, has fallen, but it does still, with 6 teams left alive and 8 players, you do have a couple duos available. Biceps that we saw do some solid effort. He's going to be playing onto the low ground, and he's going to slow but steady see if he can potentially find someone that will drop themselves left around. We do, of course, have Letwick and Kyriachi did a great job launch patching themselves up, making sure that they secure themselves onto ultimate height. And now this is where it's going to get even more difficult. It is a pencil-thin circle that is left available, and it does not stop moving for anyone. You've got lots of explode on Letwick, and this is going to be all but a great situation for them. Almost their game to lose if you take a look at it in the way that they're playing the situation. It is a 2v1v1 situation, and it could be a great opportunity for them to get yet another victory royale. Letwick raining havoc down from above. You do as well have his ability excuse me, to use the Tommy gun from below, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Pink, 10 HP left remaining. Is he going to be able to get the Siphon? He's not. Kyriachi ends up taking him down, and that's going to be a 2v2 situation. Shadow and Dexy are the only ones. Kyriachi ends up actually falling. You do have the minigun available. Dexy and Shadow are going to be able to try to have it. Are they going to be able to get the move on him? I don't think it's going to be able to be enough. Shadow actually ends up going down. He tried to use the grappler to make something happen, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Letwick with the clutch. And there you have it. The dynamic duo that have rained destruction over the last couple days find themselves yet another victory royale. It wasn't a 22 bomb, but I think 15 will do just fine.
I was getting flashbacks again from that game 3, Adam, where with the grappler, I was thinking the grappler was going to make the difference and it was going to be the big play and you were going to be there just salivating to one side. But no, it's not going to be. It's going to be Letwick again, just showing what an absolute mammoth of a player he is.
Gents, Letwick and Kyriachi have found their mojo. They found it. It was there. They once again, they're the king of the high ground. They always make sure to kind of I think Jump mentioned it there as well. They launch pad at exactly the right times. They could dominate that kind of final end game.
Yeah, I think the reason, sorry, Jump, to cut you off, I think the reason that they've been performing so well is their just management of late game. When it comes to resources, when it comes to mats, they've just got a little bit of everything. Like Jump said as well, they had the Splodes, they had all they needed to win that game, and it was just a matter of putting it into effect. And after their success yesterday, it was going to happen.
To add just a tiny little piece, I know we have to kick the break in just a second, but I think a micro decision that they made that really ended up on this was we see a lot of these teams, both players will actually be on the high ground together and then rain down Davik. But what they did is they actually went to this kind of multi-level approach where Letwick was throwing Splodes from the top, and then you had Kyriachi that was kind of doing the scuffle and the quick edits on a couple levels below. And so I think that decision, by separating the resources and trusting each other to finish off the eliminations, as well as Letwick raining down that poke in many instances as possible, that alone showcases the confidence that they have in each other.
Absolutely. It shows that these boys are dangerous and they are a force to be reckoned with. We're going to break down the whole of Game 4 right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally, as nurses, we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number. These are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
Hello there, and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. A fine victory there for Letwick and Kiriachi in our game number 4. I mean, Jump, coming to you. I mean, these fellas have been consistently fantastic over the last 2 days. I mean, what separates them from the rest of the pack in your eyes?
I mean, it's the piece that we talked about at the end of that game is kind of like an example A. It's their just raw ability to make decisions and trust that the other one is going to follow up. And you can see it right there immediately. 140 points at number 1 and 75 of that just from eliminations.
Yeah, insane. I mean, Dan, looking at the leaderboard right now, I mean, we're seeing from that map just played, there's a lot of action top of the table. We're seeing Thomas and Tripper, you know, a team that have been consistent as well. Suddenly, they're in the bottom half of the table. That's not like them at all.
Yeah, it was a tough game for them, but after their first 3 games, they're still going to be up there within contention of getting like top 5 throughout overall today. We'll see in a second when we actually get the overall rankings. But in general, I think we have maybe like 3 or 4 clear leaders as possible winners for today. It's really going to depend on if someone has like that super game like we saw from Kiriachi yesterday, and the fact that they were able to get like 22 eliminations and get so much points. That is the capabilities in this tournament. You can just have that one game that can send you from like 15th up to 2nd, so it's really hard to predict like who is going to be at the top or who is going to win.
Yeah, one of my favourite things actually from your casting during that last game was when you used the terminology "get a boogie on," which I loved. I haven't heard that for a long time.
Most of the time when I'm casting, I just try and say things that will make you laugh.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that it's working, because I am constantly thinking about you when I'm casting. I don't think that's the productive way to cast, but it's how I work at it.
This is fantastic. I think it's time to get a boogie on. Paddy and Pink as well. Paddy and Pink are a team that we saw. I mean, even now, I think they came 3rd or 4th in that last map as well. And, you know, they were at the top of our table before that, coming into game 4. I mean, this is a team as well who, once again, you know, we're seeing that they're finding their rhythm in some respect, right, Jump? They're finding a way they can always make that end game and start racking up those placement points.
Well, I mean, kind of exactly what Dan said during the commentary in the last match. It revolves around the fact of they understand what aggression is in the earlier stages of the game, but more importantly, it's a huge proponent of the fact of when it goes to the later stages of the game, they're more than happy to play the slow card and to kind of pick off members from time and time again, because that's exactly when you can get these huge pieces of eliminations, are when you're able to get these what we call rotational frags in a lot of instances of they're able to catch other members out as they're gliding across, using it for target practice and so on and so forth. And I think that alone showcases their skill in a lot of ways. And you can see at it right there, 307 points total, but much different where Kiriachi and Letwick have a skewed in favor of eliminations. Placement points are the name of the game for Paddy and Pink.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. I mean, Dan, I mean, you can see from I mean, this is when the storylines really start to evolve as well. You know, 2 games to go. We're going to get some serious narratives here. And it's good to see points at this stage in the competition, because it's really a telling tale of what's to come, right?
I would say there's about 6 teams there that still have the potential to win the entirety of today, get that 150,000 for their charity. And I think that's very exciting going into the last 2 games. Maybe a couple of teams outside of that top 6, if they had that kind of ginormous game with eliminations, they could potentially skew it a little bit. But I think we've got our front runners quite clearly. And it's amazing, really, how quickly you can catch someone when you do have that big elimination game. So I'm excited to see what Game 5 offers, Adam. But I do have a question for you, because you say you're wearing a shirt, but I am worried it's actually a kimono. Are you lying to me?
I'll send you a private message. All right, guys, we're going to jump into the next. It's definitely a show. We're going to jump into our next game here now. Don't forget, gamerswithoutborders.com is where you can donate and find out more. But for now, we're jumping into game 5. Dan, Jump, take it away, boys.
And I think that Adam just didn't want to tell us that he was just sitting in a Hawaiian shirt and boxers, I think was the true reason why he didn't really care to answer your question as much. But alas, match number 5 is underway. We do have, of course, the clear front runners, as we were talking about, in Kiriachi and Letwick, as well as Paddy and Pink. And the real question becomes, which of those duos will find themselves at the top, or will it be someone else that we haven't seen rise and get themselves a victory royale here as we take a look at our nice little overview in match number 5.
Mitra already being able to pick up a kill over here at Shark as well. So they return back to their home ground of Shark alongside CRR, and we'll see whether they can pick up these early eliminations, win Shark as they do so often, and then start to rotate once they see where that zone is going to be. Maybe it'll be a nicer zone than it has been across these past couple of days, because there have been some bad ones for them. Of course, when you are at Shark, you have a few bots to deal with at the same time, and as long as you kind of navigate them accordingly, then they're not going to do any real damage whatsoever.
Not very nice to call those players that are hanging out at Shark. There's enough bot players that we have to deal with. Taking a look, though, of course, nothing too standard or out of the ordinary, though we do actually see on the elimination feed, Mongrel right off the rip able to get the first elimination today. He's going to be able to take down Gentle. It does look like Nitro is going to be able to have that mythic grappler in his hands, potentially using it and hopefully not taking too much fall damage in the meanwhile as he tries to get himself farmed up with enough brick. As the very beginning of the game is very similar to what we have been seeing, though, this is going to be a very difficult situation. We actually just saw Pink get knocked down, and that is not a situation that him and Patty want to find themselves in, considering that they hold a very solid lead the first place.
Yeah, our front runners really are going to be Paddy and Pink, Kiriachi and Letwick, Zeston and Scout, Astros and Hard Five, and then Low and Ferrins. Maybe some outsiders. We've got Tripper and Thomas, who still could potentially upset that top 5. And then Bad Sniper and Lazen as well, who are not so far behind. They could also make an impact. So those are going to be the main duos that I'm going to be trying to keep an eye out for during this game and keep an update of whether they're alive, first and foremost, how they're rotating, and whether they picked up many eliminations.
Moving across the map, of course, making sure that we check in with as many duos as possible in this first zone as we take a look around now, and we do get to see, of course, Mansour and Metab. Not only are they trying to find themselves onto the bots, but it does seem like Raz, as well as his teammate, are lurking around on the opposite side of this building, and slow and steady is going to win the race in a lot of these instances, because you do not want to find yourself as one of the first teams out. 0 points, those big goose eggs are not going to be very pretty if you're not careful.
It's always frustrating because you're desperate to kind of traverse the map, get a little bit of loot behind you, start to position, start to rotate. But as soon as someone's above you, you just feel powerless. You feel like you are at that duo's will, and you've got to wait for them to either leave you or make a move on you, because it's very difficult to try and attack someone who is above you. I mean, yes, okay, we're going to see Kiriachi and Letwick. They're madmen. They're going to attack anyone. Doesn't matter if they're above them, below them, to the side of them. They are going to push them regardless. But in general, if you have that high ground, you have the advantage. So it's just very difficult to try and break out someone who is going to be above you.
And the real question is going to be is how are a lot of these teams going to kind of shift their play style? And I guess the question really becomes, Dan, is are we going to see these teams turn up the aggression and kind of try to take themselves advantage? Or do we feel that maybe that aggression is kind of really put a blinder on a lot of these teams, thinking of like, oh, we can get these 5 points for elimination. We can get these 5 points. But in reality, it's that extra level of aggression that's actually putting them in a lot of these unfortunate positions.
Yeah, if you're not used to playing aggressive, you are going to struggle. You're not going to be familiar with it. But it's a fantastic environment and tournament to practice a more aggressive playstyle, as Raz has done here. He's been able to regain the high ground. He's been able to get above Meta here. Meta is so weak as well. Tilton's going to drop down to join the action, and this should be a winnable fight for them as long as they can get the shots. Meta will get taken down, and they can get the elim on him just to get the Siphon, get a little bit of health back, and now they can take the 2v1 against Mansour, and it should be a comfortable fight if they know where he is. But Mansour seems to just be crouching. He's waiting, wants to get a pop off. He does get a big 112 onto Tilton as well, and that should be enough just to scare them away, allow him to skedaddle and maybe heal up if he can find anything. But nope, Raz has stopped him in his tracks, and he's going to just box him up here and just communicate with his teammate and say, look, we can get this kill, we can get this elimination, we can get these extra 5 points.
He's going to find himself between a ramp and a deadly body, as it looks like he's going to unfortunately fall out. And though we do see with our X-ray vision, there is a duo that is full steam ahead. They've put the charcoal into the steam train, and it is all the way through, as it looks like they're going to try to see if they can third-party this onto the flip side, as we do move ourselves on over, of course, to two Cinementos that are hanging out inside of Agency. We do see Smithu and his teammate are actually going to disengage a little bit. They find themselves on the other side of the water, just south of Risky Reels, and a disengage seems to be the case on their end. And take a look at the kill feed. We said it. It was full steam ahead, and immediately that was the case, as Letwick and Kiriache are able to get themselves a nice set of eliminations on the third party that took down Mansour a little bit earlier.
Who else getting aggressive but Kiriachi and Letwick, of course. Scully has Maiwaka in his sights. He's going to try and take him down. Safiace is also struggling at the moment. Down to just 38 shields is Scully, but he should be okay. He can get aggressive here and push with Tommy. Safiace is going to be on the lower ground as well as Maiwaka. He's probably going to retreat a little bit here. It's always one of those fights that you want to take, but you're not quite sure how much health your opponent has got. If you've got a few tags and you see that you're tagging them for health whatsoever, then that's probably when you're going to dive in and get aggressive and say to your team, look, they're weak, and they probably won't have much health or much shields to work with at this stage of the game, so maybe we should take advantage of that.
Information is power in a lot of these instances, and without a clear, concise knowledge of exactly how much health you had, as they mentioned, it is simply a standoff. And as I say that, though, it does look like Maiwaka wants to try to see if he can get himself up. He decides to move situations around. Only has the wood, so has to be careful of not getting himself shot out. But Safiace does a really good job and gets the knock. Nice little quick edit to reset himself around. Lots of damage down onto Scully. That's going to be hitting them down onto Flesh, as it looks like he's going to find himself in a very difficult situation. They're able to get the full elimination. Scully, though, has just a little bit of enough time to get himself up on some baby shields. That'll put him at about 50 effective extra health. As Maiwaka, though, they are on the pursuit, and they're not done with him just yet.
Yeah, I said that Scully was on the struggle bus. Well, the bus has officially stopped and is out of service because Safiace was able to just come from behind and grab him as we move across. Kiriachi and Letwick still on the hunt for Rasmus here. And, well, as we join, that's going to be Rasmus falling, and Letwick picks up an elimination. That will be his first of the game, but their second as a duo. 34 duos still remain, 66 players still on the map at the moment. As you can see, they are starting to head towards Salty Springs. So those players who were having a little kerfuffle earlier might be met by two of the most aggressive players in the game if they decide to head that way.
Yeah, and the confidence that you can see from Letwick and Kiriachi right now are certainly humming. They've got themselves some victory royales over the last couple days. They are quite familiar with the playing styles of some of their extra opponents, and it's certainly showcasing their ability to get their frags right now. As we move ourselves across, it does look like the AGO duo are going to find themselves in a very difficult situation. It looks like they're going to try to see if they can quick it onto the ramp. They are going to find themselves in another box. They're going to try to see if they can force themselves through, but it's not going to be enough just yet, as we do see another team. Martine specifically is going to be raining down havoc on a Moxa and an SBK, and that will force a disengage from the AGO brothers, as Martine as well will disengage himself and move back into the zone as to try to not take too much extra HP.
Yeah, Captain Wind is there with Martine as well. He was just staying a little bit longer, just kind of worming his way towards these two different duos just in case he was able to get a sniff of any sort of elimination. But now both of them will retreat, but they will keep their eyes peeled just in case there is any sort of re-engagement and they can get any sort of third party. But they have managed to get themselves into the next zone and away from the storm. But they need to now take a look at that map and see how far they're going to actually have to traverse to get into the next one, because it's all well and good getting into this circle, but when you've got two teams around you, you really need a decent game plan of where you're going to be moving next. Otherwise, you might get caught out.
Does seem like a little bit of a chance, though, for Esger and Coxey to potentially see if they can do something. That heavy sniper, unfortunately, not able to do too much. Aqua pops himself into the kill feed, though, as we do see him actually pick up an elimination. So a solid effort for him, who, yet again, him and his teammate Mongrel have not been able to find themselves too much success, but they were able to find some eliminations early. So at least two for them, from what I can recall, is going to put them in a little bit of a better situation. We do see, of course, as well, on where our next circle is going to push us to the far southwest corners. Martine is going to continue to throw shots. Moxa down to a little bit of HP, and as I say that, he's actually ended up to get that full elimination. Isn't able to get his teammate. That was actually taken down by a third party of the AGO duo, but it will still be something for him in their first of the day.
Yeah, all these teams over here are quite a little bit of a way to move into the next circle as well. And when we did look at the map, teams like Kiriachi and Letwick were up near Salty Springs, and that was pretty much the furthest distance they could have traveled away from where they were to the next zone. So they're going to have a difficult way and a difficult path of getting into the zone. Probably a few people trying to gatekeep them from certain areas of the map. As we jump on board with Letshi, who really impressed me yesterday, if I'm completely honest. Like, his individual ability was phenomenal. Like, just so confident in taking 1v2 fights, 1v1 box fights, a very scary opponent to go up against.
Difficult situation, though, for the Grizzy duo, Lazen's teammate Bad Sniper, who we've seen them actually excel quite successfully in the later stages of some of these matches, ends up finding himself down. Lazen is still alive, does have one elimination to his name. Slightly was able to disengage enough, and with so many crevices and corners available in this area of the map, this specific POI, it's not going to be too much aggression because there could be any team surrounding it. And as you can see actually on the mini-map, Lazy Lake has lots of players in lots of proximity, so they aren't going to be pushing themselves up too much because, as we mentioned earlier, information is power, and with the lack of such, they don't want to go on any sort of aggression maneuvers.
Lazen and Bad Sniper are one of those teams who are probably just about within touching distance of potentially winning today. They're 110 points behind first place at the moment, which is definitely manageable if we see a bad performance from Paddy and Pink, who currently are in first place. But they are in a little spot of bother right now against the Atlantis duo, and they're also getting third, fourth, fifth partied from everyone else around them. And I see trouble. Kiriachi and Letwick have caught wind that there are people available to take down and get some eliminations, so I'm sure they will most certainly be joining this party.
They are not going to be ones that are worrying, and immediately we can see them pushing themselves over. You do have Dementos and Toos that can potentially be joining the fray, so this could be an all-out brawl across the board with many different teams converging here onto Lazy Lake. They're not going to have to worry about anything because the storm is closing in, and they do find themselves in the playable area. And as I say that, though, it does look like Kiriachi and Letwick will actually disengage and try to see if they can move themselves around as a duo, because they do find themselves with lots of other players in some of this areas. Lazen ends up going down. He's going to get full killed out by Kiriachi, but that doesn't mean that everything is over just yet. It's exclamation points above everybody's heads because, surprise, surprise, there's more parties that are joining the fray.
Yep, they all want a little bit of this action, but that's going to be bad news for Bad Sniper and Lazen. As I said, an outsider's chance of potentially taking home that first place prize of 150,000 for their charity as the circle moves just to the southeast of Lazy Lake. Lazy Lake was always going to have a lot of action when we saw that circle coming through because there were so many people in the northwest of the map from the start of the game, Kiriachi and Letwick being two of those, and they very much want to get these eliminations. They are just pure, raw aggression. They are terrifying to play against. Letshi has lost all of his shields. Letwick is getting involved in this box fight as well. A few edits. He does control one of the walls. Now he controls two as he looks for another edit, see if he can use a little bit of a roof to trap his opponent. But it seems like Atlantis are doing a pretty good job at staying alive here, and Aqua and Mongrel are now going to join the party as well. And that is not going to be good news because if you get trapped between two different teams, you're really going to struggle. Kiriachi and Letwick, they have to heal up.
The director of marketing for Lazy Lake is not very happy right now, as the laziness is definitely not the name of the game. It is a much more action-packed adventure than I think that they were expecting coming in onto this. And now, Letshi, as much as we've seen him do some solid efforts in these box fights, finds himself getting down and full killed out there. Aqua being able to do that, but it doesn't seem like they're out of the woods just yet. Aqua and Mongrel, once they were able to pick that one up, it was a solid effort. Kiriachi found himself a little bit of low. Thankfully, he has some resources, and look at this. The intelligence coming out. They're going to use some metal to box themselves in an opposite direction. They will actually take some opposing fire in another direction, but any way that they can reset this fight just enough to get them resources back up, then wouldn't be surprised if we're expecting them to engage again.
Even though Kiriachi and Letwick are so aggressive and probably fear no one in this lobby, if there's anyone they don't really want to be coming up against in the mid-game, it's probably Aqua and Mongrel, who have more than enough skill to actually win this 2v2. But it looks like Kiriachi and Letwick, they want some of this. They are not going to allow these two to retreat and back out of this fight. Aqua has the high ground though, will spray down with his AR, will try and take out those builds, does tag Letwick ever so slightly, but can't manage to get any sort of shots onto Kiriachi, who is desperately trying to regain this high ground, but he just can't find it. Aqua just keeps closing him off every single time. He is above him. He does have the edit as well, but he's going to have to heal up here, Jumper.
We did see a 75% dink onto Mongrel, actually. Letwick was able to get that one down, and now it's a look at this. It's kind of that bait and switch like you were talking about yesterday. Letwick pushes up. That gives time for Kiriachi to disengage, and immediately both teams are going to move so because they do have to move, and they don't want to have to worry about moving in this open ground because with all of the real estate still taken on some other sides, it's going to be difficult. And just when you thought the fight was over from these launch pads, Aqua and Mongrel, they re-engage. They actually push up on to a different team. It was actually, I stand corrected, Makawa and Saviachi. I saw the Yachi and I thought it was Kiriachi again, but instead it was a different duo, but it doesn't mean that they're done fighting just yet.
Yeah, they're going to have to get the res here onto Mongrel, but I don't think they're going to be giving enough time because Tusi is going to be getting involved, and he says, no, I'm not going to allow you to get an easy revive, but he suddenly gets a shotgun pellet to the face, not just one, but about 7, as he gets chunked down just a half HP now, and he's going to have to retreat, he's going to have to heal. Everyone seems to want to get a little bit of a bite onto Aqua and Mongrel right now. They can't seem to catch a break. They just want to get away. They just want to get away to the next zone. But Aqua is doing so well to fight this solo and protect Mongrel at the same time. He gets one knock. Mongrel is still there for a revive if he wants it. Gets the Siphon onto Toos, and now he can look to take down Dementus at the same time.
He's not done, and he's doing such a great job, as you mentioned, at keeping Mongrel left alive. If there's any way that he can stave this fight off enough to get himself a res, that would be a huge opportunity for him and his team. And as you can see, he starts it down. The audio cue is there, so that could be an opportunity for Saviace and his teammate to actually go up and try to see if he can make something happen. Thankfully, though, Mongrel will get himself up. He does have some floppers to give some quick res on the HP. So just like that, the duo that we have seen struggle in many instances of the last couple days find themselves coming up. But Saviace slow creeping himself could potentially wreak havoc for a team that is actually doing pretty well this match.
You creep up, but you can't really creep up on Aqua and Mongrel. They seem to just have eyes in the back of their head. They seem to know where everyone is at the moment, and Aqua finally demonstrating what he is capable of in any Fortnite lobby. I did see out of the corner of my eye, Paddy and Pink still survive, and they are still on the edge of the river at the moment. They are our leaders in the tournament. They are going to be the ones closest to that 150,000 for charity, but also in the bottom left of your screen, Letwick and Kiriachi, who are very much hot on their heels. They are currently on 239 points before this game. They're only around 70 points behind first place, which is very achievable after we saw what happened yesterday, as Aqua now is going to be in the fray. He does have the grappler, so he can escape if he wants, but he's down to just 6 HP. He's building, frantically trying to survive, but he does go down. He does fall. Mongrel still alive, though. Can he do what Aqua was able to do just minutes before and save his teammate, or is there going to be too much carnage for him to try and get involved with?
Blaster and Alpha are the ones that are now joining in onto this fight. They actually get the full finish there onto Aqua. So Aqua and Mongrel find themselves out. Dementos is still left alive. He's got a couple builds between him, but he's got the Storm on his tail. He's going to have to hurry up, tuck, and run because it's going to be a difficult situation. I stand corrected, actually. Mongrel did not go down, so Mongrel is still left alive. Not going to be an opportunity, of course, for him to use any sort of reboot van as we find ourselves in the later stages of this match, but he will at least have enough opportunity to get himself onto some shield. Take a look at it. It's that dynamic duo of Letwick and Kiriachi. They're just outside the corner. They could have an opportunity to do so, but instead, they're actually going to find themselves in a very solid situation. They aren't going to have to move anything because this zone shift will be a great opportunity for them to just stay in, stay comfortable, and see who they can pick off.
So Paddy and Pink on the right-hand side of this new circle, the east side, and on the west side of the new circle is Kiriachi and Letwick. So that's first and second in the tournament, still both alive, still with a decent amount of eliminations as well. But Letwick and Kiriachi, they're the ones who have to do the job. They have to get those elims, they have to get those placement points to start catching up. But this isn't the last game. We still have a game 6 as well today. So as long as Kiriachi and Letwick can keep Paddy and Pink within touching distance, they still have every chance of winning out today.
Any sort of situation where they can knock them out and stop Paddy and Pink from doing what they do best, which is survive in the later stages of the game, it could work wonders for them and potentially secure themselves that lion's share, the $150,000 for first place, as you mentioned. And now we find ourselves in the apartments or condos or whatever living residence that we discussed about yesterday, as all of these teams are finding themselves there. There isn't too much natural environment for them to work with as we find themselves on the top of this mini piece of the hill. As slowly but surely we do see this zone shift and lots of teams left alive, Dan. Lots of opportunities for some of these rotational frags, impact frags in a lot of instances that they could have at their disposal.
So someone we've not seen much of this game, Thomas and Tripper, who are currently 6th. Of course, they won 2 games yesterday and came so close to being our winners overall as well. Singularity, just showing how well they are performing as a duo that will be sticking together after this tournament as well. So very good practice for them. We'll see whether they can get a little bit further in this game than they did in the previous. But a team I want to keep an eye on as well is Blaster and Alpha. They were able to pick up that mythic grappler, and we have seen how influential that can be in the end game, depending on how it goes, whether there's going to be some people with high ground and low ground, and whether you need to kind of regain that high ground. So I will keep a close eye on see whether they survive and how that mythic grappler will affect it.
Captain Wynn, unfortunately, taking 120 damage, so he's going to have to, despite having the high ground, take himself a little bit of a solid pause effort as now Letwick and Kariachi are raining down lots of havoc. You've got 500 pieces of ammunition in Letwick's inventory, and that is plenty of enough for him to get something as he gets a nice little tag on the one shot, but it's not enough to get the knock just yet. However, there is still solid situation. Alpha and Blaster, two names that you mentioned we keep an eye on. They just use themselves a launch pad and have an opportunity to move themselves at least in some sort of high ground. Letwick and Kariachi, they get themselves some eliminations, and now they decide to move themselves around, and slowly but surely, I don't know how, Dan, they were able to move across with that glider without getting a single ounce of damage done to Tom.
Well, as a famous man once said, fly you fools. That famous man was Gandalf, and you have to trust his judgment. Sometimes you just gotta fly through that air, you have to get on that glider and hope for the best. They hope they did, and survive they did as well. They've been able to get into a decent position, but still, Letwick and Kiriachi are just being so aggressive. They always have their edits down, they're always looking to just land shots on someone, just be a nuisance, hoping they can pick someone off, get some more eliminations, get some more points, and get closer to that first place in the leaderboards.
Still 15, make that 14 teams left alive, as now we're going to have to see a shift yet again. This way, it's going to be in favor of Astro and Hardfine. Of course, winners of Victory Royale, of course, over the last 2 days. Cully taking a little bit of damage. Mongrel still finds himself alive. That's 8 eliminations for the team, 5 of which he's been able to acquire for himself. So a great effort by him to stay around. Now, Kiriachi and Letwick are on the tails of multiple other teams and find themselves at a solid opportunity to get another ounce of rotations. They only have 6 eliminations thus far, which seems for most teams in a solid situation, but for them, that's not going to be enough. They want to continue to rack up these eliminations and find a way to catch up to Patty and Pink that still find themselves in this match as well.
They tried to get high ground, but Alpha and Blaster were already up there, maybe thanks to that Mythic Grappler that I was talking about earlier. They will be the ones with the ultimate high ground, as Kiriachi will have to back down and just take a little bit of low ground now, but Letwick and Kiriachi are still just being a pain in everyone's backside at the moment, not allowing anyone any easy edits out, any easy route into the next zone as it continues to move, and they just continue to put damage on as they again will go for this high ground. Look at this power play. They desperately want to get up top, they desperately want to try and win it, but they will retreat again as they fail to get above Alpha and Blaster, who will be the power players in this endgame right now.
But they're still not taking too much damage. Somehow they're zigging and zagging exactly when they need to, because they're finding themselves at least in a solid situation, not get chunked down, which is allowing them to continue to move as the storm moves along with it. Captain Win and Martine unfortunately end up falling, and that could be an opportunity. And who was it that actually ended up getting that? It was Letwick. Letwick ended up picking up that kill. That's going to be an extra 2 that's going into his pocket, raising their done up to 8. He'll take a little bit of damage. He's going to have to be careful. Potentially has an opportunity to pop those baby shield potion. Kohai in the meanwhile is going to try to get into another box. He's going to take down Jamside, will get the full finish, and the Siphon as well. Has plenty of small shields to hopefully get himself done up, and there you have it. You've also got Blaster and Alpha, and Flex gets completely demolished and ridden from this game.
Alpha and Blaster, Astro and Hardfind as well are still in. They are 4th at the moment in the leaderboard, so this could be a huge game for them, but Hardfind gets chunked. Letwick also goes down, so Kiriachi is going to be the last remaining of that duo. Alpha and Blaster still the power players though. They still have that grapple as well, which is a very scary factor if you are going to be above them, but at the moment they are just holding this high ground. They're going to be going after Kiriachi, but Kiriachi gets a big shotgun shot onto Alpha. Can he get the double? Can he find the second? He's still alive. He manages to get the knock. Alpha gets eliminated, and now we're going to be in a 1 versus 1 versus 1 jump.
Kiriachi showcases the fact that just because his teammate is down doesn't mean he still doesn't have the power to succeed. He's able to get himself on a high ground. Lots of damage on a Blaster. He gets that elimination. Yet another one. Astro goes down as well. And what do you know? What do you have it? It's going to be Kiriachi that clutches it out for his team. 6 eliminations. They find themselves a couple zones ago. Have now doubled that. They move it to 12. And yet again, another Victory Royale.
Kiriachi, I mean, those boys are unstoppable. They really are unstoppable there. Alpha and Blaster have had an amazing day as well, you know, they mentioned earlier on, but the aggressive nature of those two, I mean, 8 elims as well from Kiriachi at the end there, Dan. I mean, they're just racking up the points, my friend.
They just thrive in this kind of environment, this kind of tournament where you're rewarded for kills. They love the aggression. They always have one of their boxes open. They're always firing shots. They don't turtle up. They're not scared of anyone in the lobby, and they're more than happy to take fights, which for me, I approve. That gets the Gaskin stamp of approval, and I'm always for anyone who's aggressive, anyone who likes taking fights, because I like watching them. I like casting them, and I think everyone enjoys watching them as well. That's going to make the leaderboards very interesting as well, Adam. I think they might be creeping slowly but surely towards that first place.
Absolutely. And Jump, it was actually great to see as well, Aqua Mongrel actually getting into the action as well this time out.
Yeah, they did a really good job at actually finishing off some eliminations. Mongrel did a solid effort at keeping himself alive and slowly but surely picking off a couple members. But what actually surprised me the most was we thought that Pink and Patty actually lasted a little bit longer than what they did. But if I'm not mistaken, and you can obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like they actually placed outside of the top 10, which is going to be extremely detrimental considering the fact that you had another victory out, another 65 points, of course, plus the, I believe, extra 60 points, so 125 total for the win that Letwick and Kiriache got there in that last match.
This is the good stuff, boys. This is when the points really start to make a big difference and our stories really start to unfold. But let's talk about all this after the break. Loads more coming your way at home as well, guys, ahead of our game number 6, which is going to be imperative for one of our teams to win and get the eliminations they need to get as high as they can on the scoreboard to win that money for charity. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a few.
We don't work in easy places at International Medical Court. We work in tough settings, in tough situations. In CAR, for a population of millions of people, there are only 3 respirators, for example, that are available for the entire population. Now just think about that. That's very stark. You come into other countries where there are less. We work with a lot of IDP populations that are moving around the country because of conflict or other issues. It's already a setting that is going to be difficult. And so when you introduce something like COVID-19, if one of those community members becomes infected, it could quickly spread through that enclosed community.
before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Hello and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are jumping straight into our map ranking after game number 5 here. Gentlemen, we can see Kiriachi and Letwick again topping the leaderboard here. This is just a magnificent performance all round, right, Jump?
Yeah, it's huge. And like I mentioned before the break, Patty and Pink outside of the top 10, which is a huge determining factor on whether or not that they're going to be able to continue to hold their link. We can actually see them only 39 points, gentlemen. A very unfortunate situation for them landing at 12th place that last match.
Yeah, at this point of the competition as well, with one game to go, I mean, you need to have a really strong finish here, so you can finish as high up the leaderboard as possible. Anyone you're surprised to see down this low here, Dan?
Bad Sniper and Lysen had a pretty rough game considering how high up the leaderboard they've been throughout the day. They were in 7th before this game in the overall rankings, and they found themselves in the bottom 30. So that's not really where we'd expect them after today, but that's what happens in a Battle Royale. Sometimes you will just have those bad games. AB and Mood as well didn't really manage to perform as well as we have seen them in previous games. So a couple of people just struggling in that game 5, but still one more game to make up for it. And if my maths is correct, I think Kiriachi and Letwick might have pipped them at number 1, Paddy and Pink.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the kind of like the current scores as they stand, like overall with one game to go, because you wonder, I mean, do you think the players are kind of keeping tallies as well personally, or do you think it's more a case of just playing every game as it comes and not really thinking about that kind of stuff?
They're 100% keeping track of it.
Yeah, usually you're going to keep track of things mainly just because, like, to practice for a normal tournament, you need to know where you currently reside and what you need to get into that, like, top 5 or get into the top 1 or whatever. You also need to know who's performing well and if you need to be targeting someone. If you see someone go down in the kill feed and you know that's them that you're going to be pushing, you desperately want to take down that duo because they might be competing for you for a top 10 place, top 5 place or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked a bit in the break a second ago about mythic items in the game as well. I mean, how impactful are those kind of items when it comes to the game in general and the end game as well? How much of an impact do they have on the overall? Oh, we have the overall ranking now as well. Let's talk about mythic items in a second. Kiriachi and Letwick are 364, so they are only do my maths here, 18 points ahead of Paddy and Pink, who have been leading the charge for the last few games or so. I mean, those two this seems to be completely out in front, Jump.
Definitely showcasing the just ability that they have to keep themselves consistent. And, you can just go back and if anybody's watching the broadcast and goes back and just rewatches it and takes a look at the mechanical prowess that they have in the later stages of the game, the pure ability to pick up these fights, secure themselves a win within the enemy's box or their box by themselves, and then continue to push themselves through, that in of itself just showcases the power that this duo has. And they've been playing, I consulted the great encyclopedia of Bala and have found out that they apparently have been playing each other since Winter Royale or something across that time. And they have been able to do so many good things at keeping themselves together and understanding each other's strengths and making sure that they push that to the biggest level of efficiency.
So much love for Baller. Let's go, baby. All right, let's jump into game number 6. This is where it really counts, guys. I can't wait to see what happens. Anything is possible. Let's get into it. And here we go. Let's find out who's going to be taking away that $150,000 towards a charity of their choice. Don't forget, you can find out everything about the charity as well, gamerswithoutborders.com, via the website. Here we go, game 6. Take it away.
Final match of the day, day number 2. Here for the Gamer Without Borders, it has been a splendid effort and a splendid time, of course, casting alongside you, Gaskin. And we've got one more match to go. And I guess to lead off, I want to ask the question of, if you're Patty and Pink right now, are you kind of shifting up your strategy and kind of maybe turning that aggression levels up a little bit? Or do you kind of go with what has held you to the top tried and true throughout the course of the day thus far, and making sure that you play for those placement points in the later stages of the match?
Yeah, I wonder whether that affected them too much in Game 5 and they turtled up a little bit too much because they were in the lead and Kiriachi and Letwick had to do something to kind of come back at them and take that top spot off them. Little did they know, but they probably should have expected it. Letwick and Kiriachi are just phenomenal players who are not afraid to be aggressive. When they know they're behind, they are going to look for those eliminations, and they did exactly that. I think now Paddy and Pink are behind ever so slightly. I think it probably benefits their playstyle because they won't be turtling up. They won't be looking to just get to that late game. They will still be somewhat restricted because they are still second, and that's still potentially 100,000 for their choice of charity. But of course, everyone wants to be in that first place. They want to win and get that 150,000 as we get an early engagement here as Meta is going to be down. Mansour is going to be the only one left of that duo, and it's going to be Tilton just kind of knocking the bricks down at the moment, trying to get some mats so he can actually get up towards him. He knows that Mansour is going to be going for that revive, but he quickly hops off it. Tilton tries to fire one of his pump shots, but it's not going to work out. Tilton goes down, Mansour gets the kill, and he'll be able to get the res onto his teammate as well.
Rough situation for them. And I'm actually also curious to see, we've been talking a lot about Patty and Pink and Kiriachi and Letwick, but there's only 60 points that are separating first and third place, and that third place is Astro and Hardfind. And I'm curious to see, with a solid effort by them and some extra frags, there could be an opportunity for them potentially to sneak themselves through if they're able to take advantage, and there's a slip up by Kiriachi and Letwick.
I realised I didn't get to answer Adam's question as well. He was asking about mythic items and how important they are in the game. Well, I mean, they're called mythic for a reason. There's only one of each. So you are going to have a mythic assault rifle. You can have a mythic heavy assault rifle. You've got the mythic grappler, of course, mythic minigun, the mythic Tommy gun that you're going to be able to have as well. Like all these different things that can just be so influential in the late game. For me, though, the grappler is just so important in a game that is all about keeping that high ground. And we've seen already today how some players have been able to have that at the end game, and they've been able to get a win because of it.
Already, though, we're seeing yet again another couple fights over in Misty Meadows. It does look like Fwex and Jamside are finding themselves in a little bit of a scuffle with Snazy and Robabs, and yet again, we've seen this quite frequently. We've seen some of these teams, they do split themselves onto a drop, and as a result, you are going to have to be forced to fight, and the difficulty is sometimes you don't have the resources to be able to do too much. You can actually see on it, Fwex only had 8 builds left, so he doesn't really have too much of an opportunity. He will be able to micro-farm inside one of these buildings, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be able to be enough just yet. Shots will have to be hit, and he's going to have to make sure to be careful.
Yeah, Snazy wants to get involved here. He wants to get a little bit of a sniff of Jamside and Fwex, who are below him. If the observers can hear me, I would love if throughout this game we can try and focus on our top 3 teams as well. Kiriachi and Letwick, Paddy and Pink, Astro and Hardfind, where possible. Of course, not entirely through the game, but just if we can check in on them here or there so we can see who is going to be getting closer to that first place. But at the moment, Fwex is going to be editing, and also Fwex is a really weird name to say. I kind of want to say Flex or Frex or Rex or something, anything but Fwex. It just feels unnatural. Jump.
Sounds like my little 3-year-old cousin trying to understand if it's an R or is it an L.
Exactly.
Yeah. But doesn't matter. Fwex has still continued to show up at least fairly frequently. Of course, he's playing with Virtuous Pro's Jamside, and now, as they are, like we mentioned, microfarming to try to have something out. We swap ourselves over to a duo that has unfortunately not been able to show up as much, Aqua and Cooler, but they could potentially play Gatekeeper as Astro and Hardfind find themselves on the back foot inside of this building. And Dan, this could be a rough situation, and any of their hopes of potentially squeezing into the top 2 could potentially be lost here if Aqua and Mongrel find themselves in a solid effort.
Yeah, you don't want to be attacked by Aqua and Mongrel, but you can see how they're waiting just below here, waiting to see if this is going to be destroyed, and then they are just going to pounce on their enemies. Is Aqua going to be responding to it, though? No, he goes down. Hardfind has done so well there, gets the elimination as well as the knock, and now they can look to see if they can find the teammate. Astro and Hardfind, they've done fantastic there. Mongrel is getting the hell out of there.
Yeah, doesn't want to engage onto this one. He does seem like, though, he might just stay a little bit to see. Maybe. He doesn't really have a lot to lose and everything to gain in this instance, considering it is already match number 6 and his teammate is gone. So there is an opportunity for him to potentially get to it, but it would be a very difficult situation if they aren't careful. As we swatch over now to, looks like the Sudor duo are going to be going up against Metab and Mansour. May have to be a rough spot as they do find themselves staring across each other at these trees.
Does mean that we still have technically a 3-horse race for that first place, even though Astro and Hardfind are 61 points behind Kiriachi and Letwick. A victory royale and a decent amount of eliminations and a poor performance from Kiriachi and Letwick could still find them at first place just yet. So I'm not going to count them out, but I think we know it's really between Kiriachi and Letwick and Paddy and Pink at the moment, as Meta is going to take a few shots on Scully there, who is so weak, but he manages just to skedaddle away, and he's going to heal up if he does have any heals. Yeah, he's got a med kit, you can see through the x-ray. And then Meta and Mansour here, who had a very early engagement and almost came out on the bad side of it. They're still alive, and they're going to go for this lovely little Deadpool balloon here.
You can see on the bottom right of your screen, though, you do have that number 1 team in Kiriachi and Letwick that find themselves in a fight against Moore and Cully. And so we've got 2 fights happening essentially simultaneously on other parts of the map, as Kiriachi actually ends up taking a little bit of extra damage. He was able to get himself at least healed up with it seemed to be a 50% potion, but it doesn't seem like they're out of the woods just yet. Moore takes a lot of damage, and it looks like Kiriachi and Letwick do have an opportunity and the advantage to potentially find themselves yet again with another set of eliminations.
Ooh, Kiriachi does take a big chunk there from Cully, and Cully is going to get aggressive. Letwick goes down to just 10 HP. Cully is also very low, so both of them desperately just trying to heal up. Cully does have some minis to work with. Kiriachi just has the health to work with. But he is going to kind of join Letwick here, and they're going to try and sandwich Cully and finish this one off. Kiriachi does have the Splodes to work with. He is going to be able to just miss that first one. Can Letwick do anything here with his purple pump? Or are they just going to let Cully go on his merry way, which they may do, because they might just be wanting to heal up here.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, despite the fact that they have found large amounts of success consistently with the amount of frags that they have gotten, I think their ability to engage, get what they can, and then disengage really showcases the power and the calculated aggression that has led them to the first place slot here in match number 6, specifically in all of day number 2.
As we say that, they are very much getting up in Cully's face here. Letwick will go down. Cully, unfortunately, will be on the receiving end of Kiriachi's shotgun, and he's going to be able to revive Letwick here. But is there anyone else taking a little sniff of them here at Swamps? No, it doesn't look like there is. So they should be okay, and they will be able to rotate accordingly and move their way to the mid-game after winning an early engagement yet again, and just showing why they're so strong in this tournament.
We do, of course, see Dementos and Toos showing themselves in a fight a little bit. Is another one of our Sudor duos. It's going to be Mjir and Ripper. Ripper actually finds himself with a lot of damage done onto him. Toos on the hunt to try to see if he can have it. Tries to see if he can push himself up and predict exactly where they're going to go. But is he going to be able to be enough just yet? No, Mjir shows very low. And take a look at that kill feed, Dan. That's going to be Kiriachi going down in a full elimination by I4.
Kiriachi is going to be out, so it's going to all be down to Letwick and whether he survives and gets away. But this current fight, Dementus is going to be with Toos here, and they've been able to box up successfully. They are able to get the kills, they're able to win the fight, and now they can move on, they can loot, and they can get all of their spoils and get all of their winnings, as there's another little fight going on here between 3 different teams. Alpha and Blaster are going to be on the bottom as we take a look at where this circle is going to be going. Just between Holly Hedges and Weeping Wood seems like a good place to be setting up right now, right on the edge of Slurpy Swamp. And that is where Kiriachi and Letwick were. They were on the edge of the swamp, so maybe Letwick can just edge his way into that circle and just play solo, wait for that end game and try and pick up some big kills.
And we do see a little bit of scuffle. If I'm Patty and I'm Pink and I took a look at that feed, oh no! On the feed, yep, that was a double elimination there by Letwick as he showcases, I don't necessarily need my teammate to pull off a whole set of eliminations against another squad.
I wonder whether Letwick had done that in time as well to get Kiriachi's card and potentially reboot, but that is absolutely massive for their chances of continuing to hold the number one spot as Smifu has been taken down by Tus and Dementus, and the barcode that is to their left is probably going to be the next target.
Huge effort by Letwick, of course, into the feed, as we do see Barcode does end up actually falling. Dementos and Tus are able to successfully pick themselves up appropriately. They find themselves just northeast of Weeping Woods, right outside of the next play zone, and this is where we're going to start to see a lot of these teams really hold themselves up and find themselves a piece of real estate that they want. And meanwhile, on the opposite side, it is going to be Blaster and Alpha that finds themselves an extra piece of eliminations. They're able to get themselves something. Amplify, though, he still finds himself alive. We do see him popping him a med kit. One level below Blaster and Alpha. They do have a chance to potentially have it, but instead, Blaster will get himself up to full shield and make sure that if they do find themselves a fight, they will be in a better situation. Amplify a lot of damage, tries to do something with the wood, but when you've got two members coming down, difficult situations are aplenty, and he's going to have to go back to the lobby.
So they do have to move with this storm that's coming in, but they've got plenty of resources, plenty of mats after all those kills. There's Hardfind and Astro there, currently residing in third place in the leaderboards, still alive. It looks like they are going to be contested here at the Sweaty Sands, which is not going to be in the circle, so they are going to have to move past. Oh, well, they're going to have to move past quite the competitive duo as well. Mitro is going to be there with CRR, and they are going to be waiting. They're going to be gatekeeping. They're going to be hoping they can pick up these kills.
And I'm curious to see where Patty and Pink are. We haven't seen them in the feed just yet. It seems like they've been able to have all of the time to themselves to do exactly what they're wanting, which will mean that they will have the easy chance to make sure that they're matted up appropriately for when the zone really starts to be affecting a lot of these players. As we move on over to Trippert and Thomas, who have unfortunately gone a little quiet over the last couple matches.
Yeah, they've still been there or thereabouts, picking up some big kills, but it just hasn't been the same success that we saw from them yesterday. But I think that's okay. In a Battle Royale where it's very difficult to see consistency, they showed that they can be consistent yesterday with their 2 consecutive wins. But I wonder how Paddy and Pink are getting along, because they would have seen in the kill feed that Kiriachi went down and Letwick was able to pick up 2 massive kills, and they're probably wondering, is Letwick solo now? Was he able to get that card? Has he been able to reboot his teammate? Or are we in a situation where we are currently in the strongest position in the game for taking first place? All these different things they're going to have to consider, but mainly they just have to focus on staying alive and getting to that end game.
Now we move across. The Bentos and Tus do find themselves in a very similar situation. They thankfully do, despite seeing some other members, aren't actually going to choose to engage. They are almost fully matted up with 500 materials of each of the 3 different categories. And wow, they actually make a decision to not shoot up onto this and see if they can sneak up onto NM7 and Allen and hopefully have that as an opportunity. As now, this is where the difficult spot happens for a lot of these teams. And oh wow, for the first time actually over the last few matches, it's going to be a much more central circle than what we have been used to seeing.
Yeah, I was saying that just between the Holly Hedges or just to the right of Holly Hedges was going to be the sensible place to go, but sensible places hasn't really worked out so far in this tournament. It has been very sporadic with where these circles have been moving. Alpha has been taken down by Thomas in the top left hand of your screen, but we'll focus on NM7 and Alan taking this fight with Dementus and Tus at the moment. NM7 and Alan definitely on the back foot, but all it takes is one little ramp or one little high ground that has been exposed, and then suddenly it can be flipped on its head. But you can see how Dementus and his teammate here are desperately just trying to gain both sides of an advantage over NM7 and Alan, trying to pincer them, trying to make sure that they can just box them up and maybe take advantage of a 2 versus 1, but they are being third party.
Goose actually takes a shot from what seemed to be a body shot from a heavy sniper, so that's going to be a pretty rough spot for him. He will have to be forced to use those resources and kind of stop this strategic piece of aggression that they were having onto the enemy team, and he was able to successfully get himself shielded up appropriately, but it's going to definitely slow the roll a little bit more. As I say that, though, it is slowed aplenty, and a lot of shots on the NM7, which means the go buttons have been had. He's able to have a little bit of a shot, but is he going to be able enough to get the elimination? Not just yet.
Dementus is going forward towards Alan. Alan gets knocked, and that will be the elim if he wants it. He's not going to take it just yet because he doesn't need the siphon. But now he says, all right, well, I'll take your mats. I'll take any sort of resources that you have, and it's just going to be NM7 left for TU now. Tus and Dementus will know he is lurking around somewhere, and I imagine they will be hunting. They'll be looking for that elimination. They'll be looking for those extra points. Just 4 minis to work with for NM7 as well, so things are not looking pretty, and they are knocking on heaven's door right now.
Dan, you asked the question earlier, was Letwick going to be able to get up Kiriache? Well, we did actually just see his name tag off in the far distance, so he was able to actually successfully get him up and available, and so that terribly destructive duo finds themselves back at it again. Letwick getting the 1v2, but more importantly, getting the reboot on his teammate, which could spell a very difficult situation for anybody that's trying to creep into that top 3.
Yeah, Kiriachi and Letwick have an 18-point lead over second place Paddy and Pink at the moment. So Paddy and Pink will need to pick up a better placement, but also some eliminations, because they just know how aggressive Kiriachi and Letwick can be. You can see Paddy and Pink are on your screens there. They have found themselves central of this circle, so they are in a fantastic position. But have they picked up the elims? That's what they need, Jump, if they're going to be going for first. Maybe they're content with second. 100,000 still to their charity is an amazing thing to be contributing, but they might be close to losing that second place if we see a big game from Astro and Hardfind, who last time we checked in, they were still alive.
Indeed, so we do have less than 20 of our teams left alive, which is a very different situation, as now we actually get to see yet again in, we're going to the woods. Take a party, grab your bug spray, because it's time to get ourselves going as we move to the southeastern area of the current play zone. Of course, Holly Hedge is not going to be available for any of these players, which does mean a lot of them are going to have to move around. And luckily, that Pink and Patty duo that we were talking about, that we've been searching for, where they actually decided to set up shop is inside the next play zone, which is a solid effort for them and the slower play style that they have. As now we move over, Chris and Tohai are going to be finding themselves across the barrel of Letwick and Kiriache.
Yeah, Letwick and Kiriache are still going to be looking for these eliminations. Hardfind was taken out by Mitro just a minute ago as well, so it's whether Astro has been able to survive, or is that duo completely out? We'll find out as we get closer towards this endgame, but I couldn't see their names on the map, so that might be third place, potentially falling down to a possible fourth or fifth, or they might just hold on to it. Tripper and Thomas will certainly be snapping at their heels and looking to potentially get into that top 3 place, but Letwick and Kiriache are going to be in this 2v2 here. Chris is getting aggressive onto Letwick, and I wonder, as soon as you realise, if you get any sort of a sniff that it is Letwick and Kiriache, maybe you don't really want to take that fight, but of course you don't always have that information. When you do have the information, you're probably going to run.
Well, it doesn't look like they have too far to go. Tohai actually ends up taking a lot of damage, Letwick being able to pop up onto him, and so that's going to mean an immediate go button left again. Tohai, as well as his teammate, are going to do a solid effort at least keeping themselves on a high ground. They do have launch pads to disengage if they so choose, but they're going to have to be careful because it has been honed in shots aplenty for Letwick and Kiriache over the last 2 days, specifically in the last couple matches. They do have an opportunity with them still alive to get a 3 in a row here for the second half of 4, 5, and 6.
And as a reminder, they won yesterday as well, Letwick and Kiriache. They were our winners of the 150,000 to their charity. It would be amazing if they were able to do it 2 days running and contribute 300,000 total to their charity of choice. Letwick is going to get aggressive here. He does smell blood. Tohai is going to be the first one in his sights. He sprays down a little bit with his purple scar, but he does have rockets in his back pocket, so this is going to be a good situation for them. They can use the rockets to break the build, and then they can get into a box fight and utilize the purple pump shotgun that you see in Letwick's hand.
Still, though, a little bit of patience for them as they're trying to find exactly how hard they want to push themselves up. They do have to be careful. A little bit of damage coming from some of the other players that are fighting them across the board. They don't know exactly where they are just yet. Kiriache and Letwick do have the height advantage. Tohai locks himself up a level below, but the question is going to become, does he want to do a box fight with Letwick? I don't think he does. He decides to join up on a Chris and see if they can attach themselves a little bit better. And there's the launch pads. But yet again, as we mentioned, they find themselves shooting ducks. Lots of damage from Letwick, and a bunch of those are going to land, and they're going to say, you know what? You're going to go. We're going to come right with you. they're going to use the launch pad and chase right after him.
Always a scary factor as well when you're in any sort of area with these trees. There could be someone lurking in them, just like a pigeon that you want to get rid of that's in your tree that's been there all day for your garden. Your dog keeps barking at it, but you just can't get rid of it. You might not have pigeons over there in LA, but we certainly have a lot of them here in England. As Letwick is going to be able to pick up the kill there. He was so low, but the elimination allows him to siphon back up. Does eventually fall, and that's Letwick and Kiriachi taken out of the game. Our front runners are out, and this is going to be a huge chance now for Paddy and Pink to potentially take first place.
And when we ask the question of are they actually going to try to play a little bit more aggressive, well, now, because they're so close points-wise, all they need to do is get themselves just a few eliminations and secure themselves as far forward as possible. Because of how far out Kiriachi and Letwick found themselves falling down in this match, that's going to be a huge opportunity for them. They fell down outside of 10th place. 10th place awards 32 points. So because of that, 32 and 65, of course, for the first. Any and every single team that goes down from now until then is a huge opportunity for Pink and Paddy.
They just need to make up the 18 points they were behind Kiriachi and Letwick going into this game. So definitely Paddy and Pink current favourites if they can survive. I can't currently see them on my screen, and that does worry me ever so slightly, as Mitro will be taken out there. Martin also very low, but Thomas still alive. Our absolute phenomenal players from yesterday who did so well are still very high in the leaderboards. They're 5th at the moment, and they could jump into the top 3 if they're able to find a victory royale.
A little bit of a paused moment for a lot of these players. Of course, poke where they can, but by and large, it is going to be a huge piece of rotation as now we start to get these moving zones. And it will begin just now, everybody being forced to move themselves over to the northeast. Dementos and Twos have built themselves up quite the solid building, but they're going to have to start tunneling that across if they want to make sure that they still find themselves alive. Captain Win and Martine, a duo that has done a really good job at surviving in a lot of these instances, find themselves yet again in the top 10. And a huge opportunity for them. Only 2 eliminations, but again, as far forward as they can make themselves, good effort can potentially add some points to their roster.
I haven't seen Paddy and Pink in a while, I'm going to be completely honest. Have they been taken out of the game just in the kill feed, then we might not have noticed. That will certainly shake up the leaderboards as well and may still give the victory to Kiriachi and Letwick. But I guess we'll just focus on what we can actually see at the moment. Heatsy does have the high ground, and you can see he's spraying down with his heavy assault rifle. It is the mythic heavy assault rifle as well. So that is going to be doing some serious damage when it connects with shots.
Still some time left, though. As it does look like, I don't know, have you actually seen Paddy and Pink?
That's what I'm saying.
I actually haven't seen him, man. It's not going to be a spot if they're not careful, and this is really going to come down to the wire for a lot of these teams. And Thomas and Tripper, they're doing a solid effort at tunneling themselves across. They're on top of Gambit, Tooth, as well as Dementos, and trying to see if some of these other teams can take out these trees, because that's going to be a really rough spot for them if they're not careful, because it does provide a little bit of soft cover for some of them. And now where we're really going to have to start moving some of these teams. It doesn't look like anybody is trying to get anything just yet. Clipper was able to take down Dobb, as now more and more shots are starting to happen. Tripper actually able to pick himself up a solid knock.
Yeah, I can't see Paddy and Pink, so that might be our first and second at the moment, both taken out of this game. And I think the highest on the leaderboards left now would be Tripper and Thomas, but they were 109 points behind first place going into this one, so they need a victory royale and a significant amount of eliminations as well. But look at the amount of eliminations on Dementus, 10 at the moment. If they can pick up a victory royale, they will soar up the leaderboards. They are going to be able to get so much points here in this game, and they're just desperately trying to get some high ground. They're going to be setting their sights on Tripper and Thomas, who are just building and getting any sort of resources in the way. They're using metal at the moment, whilst they can. They want to survive and stay and just keep as much wood as possible for later when they drop down. Thankfully, you can drop down into the water as well, but Dementos has this high ground, and he is very scary right now.
Yeah, usually you don't want to build yourself up too high for risk of falling down, but now that you find yourself out into the water, it is a solid effort if you do finding, but the slower that this circle does decide to move, the more land mass is actually moving onto it, so you're not able to do too much. Low Light able to get himself a solid elimination, finishing off Biceps, as now it's going to be Tuz and Dementos, the only ones left alive. Dementos actually ends up going down, but that doesn't mean that it's out of the works just yet. Low Light is there. He gets the Splode. That's going to be the elimination. 19 for Tuz and Dementos, and you said it yourself, Dan. They're going to be surging up the leaderboards at the end of match number 6, and their recently acquired Victory Royale.
Go down to the woods today. Dementos and Tusa are going to smash you. That's basically the gist of what just happened. That was like 19 eliminations. I mean, that racks up to a lot of points. I mean, now we're talking like
95.
95. Thank you, Jump, for that. Yeah, my maths needs work. 95 points. That mean that, as you said, that and the Victory Royale as well. We're talking, look at 170 points, right? Or 160 points. So that could make a massive difference to the leaderboard. Surprised with the result there, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kiriachi and Letwick were victims of their own game there, where they just continued to be aggressive. In reality, if they just stayed alive, they probably would have won comfortably. I think they probably still get the victory because their closest competitors weren't able to get as far and weren't able to pick up eliminations anyway. So maybe they realized that. Maybe they saw Pink and Paddy go out of on the kill feed, which we didn't notice, and they said, well, we've got nothing to lose now. We've pretty much already won by this point. We are just leaps and bounds above everyone else. So let's just go for some fun and let's get some eliminations.
I know, and Letwick and Kiriachi going out, the other duo you're expecting big things from seemed to go out before kind of like the end game as well. So it just gave other teams, it just opened up the field for other teams to jump in and go mad.
Yeah, and I really wish that we could see exactly how Paddy and Pink ended up falling onto that one, because for a team that relied so much more on the macro than almost any of our other teams, going out that early is certainly a much more uncharacteristic thing than what we had been used to seeing them both in day one and throughout the entirety of here in day two.
Well, gentlemen, it is that time where our math-savvy squirrels at the back here do all the number crunching. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have all the results. We're going to find out exactly who has topped our leaderboard and how their money, the winnings, we allocated to the different charities that they've chosen to help battle coronavirus. Don't go anywhere. Don't miss it. We're unveiling our winners right after this.
What do you think are the best weapons currently?
Gold Pump, Golden Scar, and I don't know, Heavy Sniper because it's also broken.
It probably depends on what input you're playing on, but for keyboard and mouse players, it's probably just like a legendary pump, probably pump shotgun, yeah. Because you can just do so much damage with it, and it can change the whole situation if you just have a good aim.
Currently, the one that I like the most, and probably the best one, it's the Mythic Scar, the one that you found in the Shark POI.
Golden Pump, that gun can one-shot everyone.
Gold Pump. Second one is Sky's Scar, and the third one is Rapper.
The best weapon currently, I think, is the Thompson.
Probably a golden shotgun, heavy sniper, and let's say golden scar.
What are some of your favorite places to drop?
Misty Meadows, overpowered location, everybody drops there.
I like the places where they drop mythic items, so probably like Agency, Shark, Grotto, and those areas, because if you win those off spawns, you're set for the rest of the game.
My favorite place in this patch was around the north area, close to Craggy Flies. I really enjoy landing here because it's a spot that it's not center, so it makes me able to rotate late and start rotating with the boat and stuff like this.
Oh, definitely risky race.
I really like Holy Hedges. These locations are very good.
I really good like the Shark or Lazy Lake.
So my favorite place to drop is Misty. It's because it's similar to the old map Happy Hamlet. I like the way I can fight there. I can move around the houses pretty fast. There's a lot of spots for me to hide. I can easily keep high ground if I want to.
What was your favorite limited time mode?
My favorite LTM was Siphon.
My favorite LTM is probably Blitz because it's a game mode where everything just goes faster. It goes at a faster pace, so the zones are closing faster, and there's not as much time to move around and rotate and hide, so you're just constantly fighting and in battle. Yeah, so I like that.
It was the one with Siphon activated. It was so fun playing with my friend.
I don't playing LTMs. I hate them, sorry.
Blitz was a good map.
I think I played snipers only the most probably, so I would go with that one.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. It is that time. This is the moment where we find out exactly who has won the top prize, or all the prizes, that are being, I say prizes, the donations that are being allocated to different charities chosen by our players. We're looking at our rankings right now, chaps. This is the big stuff. This is the map ranking from our final map there. I mean, let's just look at Tus and Dementos there. Jump, absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, 95 points for elimination, 19 total, but you still have to give credit to Kiriachi and Letwick. Despite the rough outing that they had and falling a little bit early, the fact that they were still able to get 6 eliminations allowed them to still acquire 56 points, which by and large could almost but secure themselves that #1 spot coming into it. And look, there you have it. 22 points total at 18 for Patty and Pink.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just saw as well, CRR and Metro made it into the top 5, which is a rarity these last couple of days, which it's good to see them there finally. Dan, I mean, we saw as well, Thomas and Tipper, again, a couple of VRs yesterday, really up there with the top players there, and again, come second in this game.
Yeah, and they should be up there in the top 5, potentially even pushing top 3 when we look at the overall rankings. So another amazing day for them and just showing what a solid duo they are, and a duo we need to be looking out for in the future of competitive Fortnite. Obviously, some teams who struggled in this Game 6, who probably went all out, balls to the wall, they just said, look, we need to get kills here, we need to get eliminations, and they didn't manage to pull it off. But I think that's fine in a Game 6. You have to kind of go all out, and you have to hope for the best when you need to get some important points.
Yeah, what I'm really keen to find out from you both as well is that, obviously we're seeing teams like Kiriachi and Letwick, who we presume are going to be at the top, if not thereabouts, who performed brilliantly yesterday, as did Thomas and Tipper, a few other teams as well that are really have really stood out. At this level, you're competing against the best teams from the EU, from MENA as well. How are you able as a duo to continuously deliver in these in these situations where you are still somehow separating yourselves from the pack? Dan, I'll come to you first.
I think it's just about their aggression and their confidence in their own ability. A lot of these top players are used to kind of just being passive and backing out of fights away from each other, maybe not taking the early engagements as such, especially in the mid game. You have your early engagements when you get your drops on your POI and there's someone contesting you, but in the mid game, people generally just try to avoid one another to get to the end game, and then that's where you pick up your eliminations. Kiriachi and Letwick don't really have that same respect. As you can see there on your screens, they are going to be our winners yet again with 420 points.
Wow, insane. I mean, we're looking, yesterday the difference was 12 points between first and second place. Here we're looking at an almighty, 52 points. I mean, that's an exceptional performance once again from these boys.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to pull together 2 Victory Royales and have a total of 230 elimination points total is a huge telling of how successful this duo has been over the last couple days. And of course, a huge shout out to that 6th place slot in Tus and Dementos, winning match number 6, and that over 100 points that they were able to acquire surged them to that 6, which we knew was going to be able to happen, and showcased, what they were able to do in that last match.
Exactly. I'm wondering whether the Kiriachi and Letwick nominated charity now, back-to-back $150,000, whether they're going to erect a statue in their honor outside their headquarters. I think they should. An insane amount of money.
$300,000 was a lot.
That's a lot of money, and that's tomorrow as well. We'll talk about that later on, but that's day 3. That is the big one tomorrow. We double everything. But even still, we talked about the kind of the overall rankings here and where our players will come. They've all done fabulously well. I mean, just being here and doing this for charity is great anyway. But even if they come in the bottom 10 or so, there's still still $1,000 plus still going to a charity of their choice then.
Yeah, I think that's the amazing thing about this, and just in general, the whole Gamers Without Borders scenario of people playing from different regions, the fact that we're all kind of stuck at home at the moment with the COVID-19 stuff, and this is the best way we as gamers can battle back against it, is raising money for charity. We've got some of the best Fortnite players in the world. It's an absolute honor to be even able to commentate over some of these guys. So the fact that even if you are dead last, you still get to send something to your charity of choice is something that's amazing.
I'm loving it, lads. I'm loving it. I think I'll ask you both here as well. How happy are you with the way in which esports has been celebrated during this time? Because it's a difficult time for everybody here. I mean, Jump, it's been a fantastic time. People have really been working in makeshift basements and things here. This is amazing to see that we've all come together and still managed to deliver some quality. We like to think quality, kind of gameplay and kind of that kind of production structure. Even though we've got this situation going on.
Yeah, if anyone could see the status of my living room and the monstrosity that I have had to turn things around for a for a production. I think it's great. But no, I mean, finding some sort of light in the darkness that has existed in the pandemic, and finding ways for everyone to really come together and support something as great as this. All of the charities that have been involved, of course, a humongous prize pool in $2 million. But more importantly, a huge of that also goes on to the players. They're donating their time. They're not getting anything out of this except the glory of potentially winning and donating, those winnings to whichever charity it might be. So a huge effort by them, and a huge applause for all that they're doing to help make this come together.
Yeah, we're going to find out very shortly who our teams have actually donated their money to for the charities. You can see at the bottom of the screen there. We're having a look right now. So, do you know what? I almost lost my voice yesterday. So let's do a page at a time. You guys can go back and forth, and then I'll do the top 10. So Dan, kick us off here.
So Hawkers and Keo for UNICEF, $1,000. Quick Dead and 3bood, another $1,000 to King Salmon. Nikoff and Oslo, $1,000 to UNICEF as well. So like we said, even those who finished at the bottom still able to donate $1,000. Then we had Rotary to International Medical Corps, $1,000 for him and Cavado. Majidia and Ripper, $1,000 to King Salmon. UNICEF got donated to by XX731 and Carito. That's going to be $1,000 as well. And then $1,000 from Tio and Paddy to Garvey. Nasir and Gentle, $1,000 to King Salmon.
All right, jump on in.
And then, of course, that we move down to place number 40. It will be Mies and Wyzip with $1,500 to UNICEF. Followed up another $1,500 UNICEF donation to Maxa and SPK. And then it is going to be a 3 in a row for King Salmon. Stompy and Janice with $1,500. Tommy and Scully with another $1,500. And then a final $1,500 by Mansour and Metab. Of course, moving it around slowly 5 at a time. $3,500 there. And then moving down to Smith and Heretic, it's another $1,500 for UNICEF. We've got Power, AB, Ab, and 7mood with $1,500 towards King Salmon. Atlantis, Caxi, and Kesger with $1,500 for UNICEF. Alan and NM7 with $1,500 for King Salmon. Spy and Toby with $1,500 for Norwegian Refuge Council to round out that 31st spot.
And now we get into the business end where the money starts to get even bigger. $2,500 from Mobile Player and Siberia to International Medical Corps. Direct Relief get $2,500 from Mongrel and Aqua, two phenomenal players today. UNICEF, $2,500 from Harmy and Lecce. Then King Salmon, $2,500 from One Shot and Clipper. Then the non-boys, Dan and Somin, $2,500 to International Medical Corps. And that takes us to 25th and above. $2,500 to UNICEF again from Umplify and Matzo. Direct Relief getting a double whammy from Mitro and CRR, Cully and Mori. And then King Salmon getting $2,500 from Kakarot and Adapter. Then Direct Relief again getting another $2,500 from Tilton and Rasman.
That's where things start to bump themselves up again as we move into the top 20. At the 20th position, it will be $5,000 by Unbreakable and Lowlight for King Salmon. Mawaka and Safi with $5,000 for Gavi, and then Desq and Shadow with another $5,000 for Gavi, followed up by $5,000 with Dexifite and I4X Pro for King Salmon, and then at 16th position, Snazy and Robath with $5,000 for UNICEF. Moving on over, of course, then to the 15th slot. If we take a look at the solid effort, of course, that a lot of these teams have, you can move with a $5,000 donation for International Medical Corps with Alpha and Blaster. And then Martine and Captain Wind himself with a $5,000 donation for UNICEF. Dav and CZA with a $5,000 for UNICEF as well, followed up by a final $5,000 for UNICEF at XOXO and Attack. And then in 11th spot, Bad Sniper and Lazin with International Medical Corps. And then Adam, it's time for the top 10.
It certainly is. That was beautiful, gentlemen. Well done. That was. Thank you for saving my voice as well. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Top 10. We got Piz and Heatsy, $10,000 to Direct Relief here. Jamside and Fwexy, 10 G's to International Medical Corps as well. Loma and Ferrin's a great team today. Love seeing them. $10,000 to UNICEF. Tomaz and Nagai Chris, $10,000 to International Medical Corps as well. Tus and Dementos, another great pairing. $15,000 in sixth place to International Medical Corps as well. And finally, the top 5. Here we go. Zeston and Scout. GG's $20,000 to UNICEF. Astros and Hardfind, our first game winners today. $25,000 to UNICEF as well. And Tripperin and Thomas HD, $50,000 to UNICEF. We then have Paddy and Pink, had a superb day, consistent all day long, $100,000 to King Salmon, and our champions 2 days on the trot, Kiyachi and Letwick, 150,000 big ones to International Medical Corps. Well done to all of our players. I mean, absolutely outstanding. Just seeing that amount of money going to these charities and the help it's going to give so many people who are struggling around the world right now is just absolutely incredible.
Really just showcases, the power of banding everyone together for a common cause. And it really speaks of, the success of Kiriachi and Letwick, but now having a combined $300,000 over the last couple of days. International Medical Corps definitely going to be thankful for that one and all of the efforts that their vast amount of eliminations have proven them in the last couple of days.
Yeah, we've seen some really quality Fortnite over the last 2 days, but we have a day 3 coming up as well, which is going to be even bigger in many respects. Primarily the fact that the prize pool doubles in size. It's going to get crazy. Before we see that in the breakdown or talk about it, gamerswithoutborders.com, that is the place to go if you want to find out more about the charity and all the work they're doing. You can find out ways that you can donate as well if you want to as well and get involved. Absolutely spectacular. And there's all these fabulous charities we talked about already that our players have donated all their money to. Tomorrow, we're looking at a top prize, Dan, of $300,000. That is nuts.
Absolutely nutso. I mean, if it wasn't already going to be putting pressure on these players' shoulders for trying to get that first place, I wonder whether we're going to see some more beads of sweat from the likes of Kiriachi and Letwick as they try and make it 3 days back to back to back, baby. I think they can do it. Honestly, they've just been playing so good.
Can you imagine jump 3 for 3? That would be, I mean, the charity will I think, try and get them a knighthood, I think.
Yeah, I feel like a nice little plaque to hang up on the wall right next to some of the other victories that they've been able to have. And just by and large, I think the consistency that they've been able to create over the last couple of days really just showcases the power that they have inside them.
Do you think we're going to see any kind of game changes at all tomorrow? Do you think everyone's going to continue doing what they're doing already? Or do you think we're going to see a real change in strategy for those players who think they should be doing better?
I don't know. I think when you consider battle royales, I think that, that consistency is what defines you as a player. And seeing what we've had over the last couple of days, we've had a pretty decent amount of consistency. But I want to see, some of the ones that we saw from day number 1, Thomas and Trippard specifically. I want to see them kind of crank it up a notch and see if they can squeeze their way into the top 5 for day number 3.
I'd love to see that. Thank you so much, chaps, for joining us this evening. Thank you to John and Mitch as well earlier on for their casting wonderment as well. We are back tomorrow, 7 p.m. CEST, with plenty more Fortnite coming your way when everything is doubled. $300,000 goes to a charity of our top team's choice tomorrow. It's going to be exceptional. Make sure not to miss it. Make sure you stay safe at home, self-isolate, and continue celebrating gaming. Thank you so much for joining us. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye for now.